Welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio, Space Exploration with Krastorio². The story so far, we found ourselves stranded on a strange planet inhabited by vicious insects. But undeterred, we plundered the planet of its resources. After lengthy construction, which was strangely harder than expected, we managed to build a rocket and leave the planet. An abandoned space station provided a nice starting point for our continued research. Specks in the sky became planets, with exotic materials to learn. Join us on Monday for the next chapter in our bid to grow the factory even further. The factory must grow. The factory must grow.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Laurence Plays, where it's time for some more Factorio. And just for a change, we are playing space exploration with Krastorio², and I am currently out on Talos, where there is stuff to be done. Last week I made the I expanded production over here, so we're now producing our beryllium ingots at a hitherto unseen rate. That's the word I was going for there, and to the point that this backlog up here is actually starting to fill up a little bit. And so that means now I just need to fill up the spaceship that's just arrived in orbit that needs 1,500 stacks of beryllium. So that's going to take a while. Hello everyone. Hello Doopy. Hello Zilvar. There we go. I can read. I promise. And to the people I'm playing with as well, of course. Hello to you guys.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Right. So yes, I have various. God, that's a lot of air filters. I didn't realise I put in quite so many of those. But I did notice when I was making the video that even despite that, there was still a bit of pollution leaching its way out over here. So maybe it's still, I don't know, it is just about getting cleaned up. It's pretty close. It's hard to tell because a load of it has leaked out already. Now along here, it's clearly okay because you can see it's all getting cleaned up. But along down the side here, I think it is just about, but it's a little bit borderline. And there's a patch here actually. Maybe I should put in some more down here. What does that look like? Oh yeah, there's not very many of them down here, so I could put some more in down there. Anyway, yes, there are various things to do today, things to be done. I think my top priority is going to be. Oh yeah, yes, I think you're right, Doopy. That does sound familiar. What was I saying? Yes, there are a few things on my to-do list. One of them is to get this system to run even faster, because if I'm going to try and make 1,500 stacks of beryllium, I need all the help I can get. Also going to be taking all of the stuff up to space from here, and also I'm going to need to put in some infrastructure for bringing stuff down from space. So I'm getting through quite a lot of cryonite and vulcanite over here, and so having a supply of those coming in would be kind of useful because, well, it is needed to keep the beryllium processing running. And so the problem, the difficulty with this is that I didn't leave a huge amount of space down here. Also, that we don't have trains for bringing that stuff over, spaceships bringing that stuff over yet. But that's the next project after this. So for a while, we'll leave the gun firing up there. But it would be nice to get some of the infrastructure in here and get that up and sort of ready. I'd also, and this may end up being a bit foolish and a bit hubrisy. I'd also quite like to go over and have a look at this pyramid thing over here, because I'm sure there's going to be something in there that would be very nice to capture. However, it might also be a little bit dangerous. It did occur to me actually that I could just completely cheese it by going in and using long reach to grab everything out of the chest in the middle, but that feels enough like cheating that I'm not going to do that. Right, so yes, those are some of the things on my list. I think I will leave the pyramid until after I've done a little bit of further expansion, because I think that's going to be doing the expansion is going to take obviously time and resources and for the bots to build everything up. And then going off and doing the pyramid is going to take me some time when I can be leaving the system running a little bit faster. So I think that's probably going to be a good idea. We could take. Oh, you mean yes? So yeah, part of the upgrading this system to use the trains is going to be getting rid of all of this stuff down here. Yeah, I'll be getting rid of all of the guns, all of the core processing down here. Yes, all of that will be being sent back to to Norvis, because we want to deal with it over there. I'm going to keep processing the beryllium over here because it densifies so much when you process it that it's not worth shipping the unprocessed ore back. You might as well process it in place, because otherwise it's just too voluminous. It's not worth it. But yes, getting rid of all of this stuff over here and shoving it into a train that will take it up to space, put it into the spaceship and or into a different spaceship and just get rid of it will be a huge thing. Yeah,
the capsule maker.
Better.
You might want to actually keep that, and because that's going to be processing the core chunks for you, and then you can use it for miscellaneous. If you potentially still want capsules.
If at some point we need beryllium somewhere else, perhaps. you mean?
Yeah, and you just want, okay, I need a trickle of it. You then don't have to go, okay, I need to ship out capsules
1,500
now.
stacks. Oh right, yeah. Yes, that makes a lot of sense actually. So yeah, actually, instead of ripping out all of this stuff over here, what I'll do instead is just rip out basically this belt instead of feeding into all of these shenaniganeries around here. Maybe I'll keep feeding this one actually because the oil is useful. But the rest of it will just feed all of these ones down here. Instead of feeding it into all these guns, we'll just dump it straight out into a disposal system over here that'll go up in the train and then be sent away in a disposal system.
Pre-smelting.
Yes, pre-smelting. So it will be the ore that comes out. So we'll get basically this. We'll get rid of all of the splitters on this belt except for these ones because we do need the stone, and just pass this straight along here and then down into a train over here. So that will mean we will have two things going up to orbit, Tal orbit here. We'll have the beryllium going up, and we'll have other miscellaneous going up. Haven't decided yet whether I want to do that in one train or two separate trains. I'm quite tempted to just do it in a single train, mostly because I didn't really leave enough space down here, and it's going to be a bit of a squeeze to fit in all the extra stations I need. Then there's going to be two things coming down from Tal orbit. There's going to be the vulcanite and the cryonite, and I don't think we need anything else on this planet. Those are the only two things that are being delivered that we actually need. So the rest is just for capsules, and I don't care about that particularly. So yes, those two trains. So I'll need two separate stations to bring those down. So I'll need two more stations down here, and also to demolish this and demolish all this stuff along here. However,
you're not wanting to combine them.
One train that I could have one train that does both vulcanite and cryonite, I suppose. If it's
and you could have one train that does literally everything.
I could. There's going to be. I think there's going to be more stuff. I hope there's going to be more stuff going up than coming down, though.
Which is fine.
But it could be triggered to go, to depart. And yeah, I'd have to make sure it only loaded up in an amount of vulcanite and cryonite that could be emptied out at the bottom. That's going to be the tricky part of it. It's not insurmountable, but that'd be interesting. That sounds like a fun challenge, actually. Okay, let's try and do it all with a single train, just for the sake of making things more difficult. Oh, I hate you.
Job here is done.
Hello, Peter. Welcome to the stream where Tristan is giving me bad ideas. He's one of those bears that says, "Take her home, she's wasted," and all the rest of the Avenue Q quotes. Oh yes, I remember there was another problem I discovered while I was making the video, and that is that this tank over here fills up because its overflow doesn't actually go anywhere useful now. It goes up to here, and then this pipe doesn't go anywhere. So I need to get rid of this water. So I guess I'll probably get rid of this pipe because it doesn't do anything. Same for this one. What even is this? This is crude. Why is there a crude oil pipe up here? Oh, it's because I originally had that oil mine up at the top, I remember. Many, many years ago, before I realised that there was only like 50 oil in the entire mine or something like that. Right, that's all gone. So we need to bring this water from here, needs to be brought on and basically dumped into... this tank looks like a useful... I think that's probably going to get me into the main water system we've got. So I'll put that there and fine. Does that reach far enough? It does reach far enough. Hooray for long underground pipes in this game. It's very useful. So I'll stick that in there. Right, we now have somewhere to ditch the water. That can all come down here and be pumped into this thing. Now this is set to pump only if there's less than 12,000 in here, and that's to make sure that we don't That's to make sure that the water that comes out of the core mining, core processing, sorry, is prioritised. Yes, we may well need a proper overflow, but for now I'm going to see if I can just sort of feed this in here. So we've got this pipe coming across the top here, and this is the one that comes up out of the ground. So what I'm going to do is over here, and I'm going to put in another tank over here, and have that only fill up to 5,000, and that will potentially work. My only concern is that these are quite long pipes, and therefore that might give us some issues. But let's find out. So there's a bit of space up here. Do I have any tanks in my pockets? I do not have any tanks in my pockets. I'm sure there's going to be some in the Roboport system though. I'm going to put in 2 tanks because I'm really, really lazy, and that's an easier way to get this sort of the underground pipe system working like that. So now I don't want to put that. I don't want to put that there. I want to put a pump there, which I conveniently have here. what's going on with all these pylons. There we go. Let's do that, and then an underground pipe there. So I want you. Oh yes, and I need to then link that up with a cable. And I would like you to pump when water, which is that one, is less than 5,000. Okay, so these tanks will get nicely filled up to the sort of the 12 or so thousand that's coming from over here. We'll then have this one run to keep this at 12,000. Okay, we haven't pushed quite enough through yet. This pipe is completely full. I'm going to just dump 25,000 water like that, and then we can come back. It's just water, who cares, right? And then we can come back later and see if that actually turns into a problem, because that's now got all of the systems running again down here. We've got all the beryllium. We've got the beryllium flowing. Now, interestingly, this doesn't seem to quite be keeping up with the rate it's being used up at, because we did have this full all the way up to here before. I don't know whether that's just become a problem because of the water shortage, or whether there's an actual problem with whether we're actually still using it faster than we're making it. I don't really know. I want that to be left input priority like that, and that means we're now going to choose to use the beryllium that's coming down here rather than the one that's coming from here, because some of the stuff that comes from here is free because it's coming from core mining, but I'm only partly done with that, so don't point out the obvious flaw just yet, because I am aware of it. Right. Let's now try and make another 2 of these and see how far we get with that. I don't think I'm going to have everything I need, but I want to find out how much is missing. And we'll put these in just straight up across the top here, I think. And why not? And then just... The hard part is going to be running all the belts through to get all the beryllium ore into place. But maybe I'll run an additional... an additional station up here or something like that. But, yeah, let's see how much of this gets built and what we're actually missing. For one thing, we're missing a little bit of Roboport coverage. So let's put you into construction mode. And it's still not quite enough. So let's put in another Roboport up here as well somewhere. I'll go stick it in there, and then it's going to be straight up. It's going to have power right from the start. That's quite nice. Yeah, putting a vent on this would be a good idea, to be honest. I should do that. I'm not quite sure where I'll squeeze it in. Probably with an underground red belt along here. Like that. That'll save me some red belts, which will be useful, because I'm kind of short of those. Yeah, I can now put a dump over here this way and get rid of any excess. So that's going to be fine. For reasonable levels of fine. How quickly is that filling up? It's got to 12,000. It's got to 12,000. This is also at 12,000. I think that's... I don't know, actually. It's got produced 12,000 already. We'll keep an eye on it. I don't know if I've got any flare stacks. Although that said, I might have. Oh yeah, I've got one down here for the. I've got one down here for the mineral water. But I don't want to lose it, because I need to get rid of mineral water. I put this in over here though and just see if it gets built. All right. Sand isn't a problem on this planet. The beryllium production is sand positive, at least when you have core fragment processing going on as well, because there's enough stone and stuff produced from the whole system that we are still shipping sand out as glass over here, off to Norvis. Actually, we're still shipping it out as sand, I think, to Njord. I think I mean Njord. Yes, the Holmium planet. So for beryllium, sand is not actually a problem. Sand is an excess is a surplus rather than a limitation. How are we doing up here? Okay, so we're a bit short of modules by the looks of it. We're very short of power. Oh, we don't have. Oh yes, okay. I've got the pylon substations are in my pockets. So that's fine. I can work around that. Have however run out of these things: casting machines and advanced furnaces. That's a shame, but and run out of speed modules for that bacon as well, because we put them all in the casting machines up here. Okay, well, I mean, I've got some of it. Some of it has been successfully built. That's better than nothing. Another problem is all of this wood. So we're turning the wood into fuel for the trains, but not actually fast enough, I think. Which is possibly... Oh no, this train is actually actively unloading at the moment. We could do with the wood being brought up this way a bit more quickly. The problem is I'm very aware that I'm running quite low on belts. If we look in here, you can see he says talking slowly while he tries to find it because it's probably so far down. We have 4 red belts left. Okay, 466 blue belts, which isn't too bad. I guess we do have quite a lot of iron available, so I could just straight up start making belts down here. Let's do that. I think yellow. In fact, just having a yellow belt go up there will probably be enough to keep the. There's not enough room around this thing. Let's put that. Let's do it. Let's do it off this one. So put that there, and there's still not enough room. Let's put one there and one there. I think that's the right recipe for. I think this is correct for making belts. You need to make cogs, and then you make yellow belts. Let's check that before I just straight up start trying to make them. Yellow belts. Oh no, single cylinder engines. That's even worse. I mean, I say even worse. It's just one extra step, I think, because if we try and make the single cylinder engines here. That just requires gears. There we go. So this one is therefore making iron gears. This one is making yellow belts. What do red belts need? Oh, gears and tier 1 belts. I mean, that's not impossible. I could put in another machine here and then another one in here. I could put this one here, get rid of that, and put another one of these here. There we go. Now I can make red belts. This is an even more small than Mike's small, because it's only making a tiny fraction of the number of things his was. Put that there, and that's everything powered, except down here where I've cut the power off, so we'll do that as well. Yeah, I've got an awful lot of underground belts, you're quite right. Where are they? You said 1900 of them, so that will put it up there. Yeah, I've got... So I could replace quite a lot of these long belts. So last week I replaced a big chunk of this with underground belts just to save on a load of belts because it had got a bit silly. There are probably other places where I could do the same sort of thing. Oh, was there a red cable on that pylon? Drat. What will that have been doing? There aren't any other red cables in the air. Oh, there's one here. But that's just what's in this box. I think it doesn't matter. Yeah, that was the other end of this sort of system, I think. The one that was taking... Yeah, and that doesn't matter anymore because I've got a dedicated iron ore belt now. And that's actually another one that could be replaced with a large number of underground belts. But then I'd end up with lots and lots of iron ore in my pockets. And I'm sort of trying to avoid that. Can we have these pylons, please? Apparently not. Am I out of medium power poles as well on this planet? Do I have any in my... I've got 3 in my pockets. If I've run out of medium pylons, that would feel awfully silly. I mean, not impossible, but silly. Oh, good point. With the roboports unpowered, there's no coverage here. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. So you are also going to make gears, and you are going to make red belts. Like that. And there we go. Now we should have... Now we'll have lots. And we'll tell this one to stop running when there's... 1,000? 500. 500 is a number. And I think it's a reasonable one as well. Okay, that's that. You happy? Yep. Are you happy? No. Why are you unhappy? Oh, you've not got any plates coming in. There we go. Easy mistake to make. And that'll get through some of this excess of iron ore that I've got knocking around here as well. We've got these 2 chests down here that we've been trying to get rid of for approximately forever. And there's still many, many thousand in there. Now, granted, a lot of that is going to be... Oh, because we're using up the iron ore that's coming down from here. Because... rotate that around. And other side... What's the button? No, it's not that button. Is it that button? Is that... No. Yeah. What is it? Yeah, there we go. Shift L, that's the one. So now we'll empty that onto the near side, and because inserters are lazy, as we all know, that's why the smelter up here is taken from there. Oh yeah, but the whole point of this system was that we were going to try and use up the excess iron that was coming from the core mining first. But I'm not sure that's really necessary. It's probably sensible actually. Yeah, all right. Let's leave it like that. We'll use up that core, the iron ore that comes from the cores first, because why not? It's free, and yeah, it'll stop the biters getting upset. Right. So that tells me over here. There we go. I need to bring in massive quantities of beryllium up here, so I need yet another two belts coming out of here. So basically this again, like that and that. And then those need to punch out over this way somehow and get up to here. That's not a problem. There's only room for one. Yeah, okay. There's not really much room for. There's not room for many more of these belt systems coming out of here. But never mind. Blue underground. Go from there to there, I guess. And then along under here. Up and across. There we go. And again, ooh, too much. Do the same here. I hope I have enough underground belts that I haven't just wasted that I haven't caused problems by going underneath these pylons. But yeah, we'll worry about it in a few minutes. All right. And then up there, I also need to put in that large pylon, large substation thing for this one. Oh, I have some. I do have some of the productivity modules those needed for some reason. That's surprising, but okay, I'm not going to complain about it. And I can use a large pylon up here to provide the power to. Actually, no, let's use the large pylon down here. Because then we're keeping the sort of now doing that way, we're sort of keeping the wall same. We're not relying on the wall as a power delivery method. Is basically what I'm trying to say. If you could just be a construction mode robot port, that'd be nice. Okay, and so we have a supply of something. Oh, sand coming out here. This is going to be the slightly tricky part. Is going to be linking up all of these inputs over here. So I think I might need to do a little bit of shenaniganing and turning this round so that the stuff comes in from the other side. Has this worked? No, because I've run out of. Have I run out of those? I've run out of loaders. Yes. In fact, I've seriously run out of loaders. I'm 24 down on what I need, and I'm apparently some belts down as well, which is a shame. So does that mean none of this has got this load? No, this is fine. Okay, so presumably over here where they're the ghosts. Yeah, these are all ghosts. So, are there any over here? Has that been exactly right to finish this build, but not that one? That would seem like a bit of an extreme coincidence. Turn pollution off so I can see. Yeah, we had exactly the right number of loaders to finish this side, but none of the ones that I need. Oh no, there's what? No, isn't. Yeah, there's none of the loaders over here. That is a hell of a coincidence. I'm quite surprised. But that does mean I need to. I can't get this working without another 2 blue loaders. Well, actually, these ones could probably be red loaders if I've got those. So yeah, well, there's room to fiddle that a little bit. So I can borrow this whole bit here is going to need to be pulled up actually, because we're going to have these things coming in from the opposite side. Ooh, why am I getting cheering noises? Oh, thank you for the resub, Johan. 8 months. That's excellent. Thank you very much. And this bit through here is going to be... Actually, that bit can just be turned round. Pull up that, flip that round, and pull it up from there, and go under there like that, and put in the other one. now we do need to use one of those load. We need to use a loader, and I'm going to use this one just because. And that was supposed to be sand coming out there, wasn't it? So we'll get the sand out over here. Sand, and then put that splitter back in. I don't think this needs to actually be blue. I don't think we're getting that much sand coming out of here. Now, we reckon that this is a... Overall, this uses slightly more sand than it outputs, I think. So I need to bring in. I'll need to bring in sand from down here, and we'll do this. We'll do this with red belts because anything else is a bit gross and excessive. So do that, and then bring that across here like this, up, and then we'll bring this one over and merge it in over here with a splitter. I've got a splitter. I've got a splitter. Oh, I have loads of red belts in my inventory. Maybe I should stop being quite so greedy about it. Input priority right. There we go. And then that goes in up here. Like that. Excellent. And now there's the is it cryonite? Cryonite for this step and pyroflux for this step. Okay, pyroflux isn't too bad because that's just that's a fluid, so we can bring that over from wherever it comes from. Oh. That was a dumb place to put that pipe. There's always something in the way, isn't there? Alright, and there. And then the corners, like that, that, and that. There we go. So now we've got the pyroflux up there. We've got the sand up here. We just need the cryonite and the... Oh, yeah, I need to put in the beryllium. Yes, I do have the two loaders in my pocket. Yeah, those two loaders are the ones I stole from the cryonite, or the something filling over there. So yes, you're quite right. Now I can come over here, put those two loaders down. Like that. But I still need to feed the cryonite and the... no, it's actually just the cryonite now into the machines up here. Like so, this belt is the one that brings in the cryonite. So I need to get cryonite out from here somehow. This is getting kind of tangled and tight. I could put in a splitter here. Yeah, that looks alright. This is going to need a rebuild at some point in the not too distant future anyway, when I get round to putting in the... when I get to bring around to bringing it down by train. Then over here, I need a splitter. Oop. And then an underground like that. And then red loaders, perhaps? Do we have red loaders? We do. Got 100 of them. Excellent. Put one of them there and one of them there. Lovely. Now what I should actually do, second thoughts, put that there, and that there, and then I can put in another one of these here. And that means for the next set of machines over here, when I finally get these ones running, I can put in just put in another underground belt across here, and it can just keep going. But for now, that should be... Oh no, I haven't linked this up to the water supply yet. So here we have... Or the acid, actually, looking at that. That's many other things needed. What are you? You're vulcanite. That's pyroflux, sorry, that's fine. This is water, but I really want it to be on this side of the water connection. Where's the water pipe? It's this one. So we can bring it out over this way, like this. To way over here somewhere. And then... I feel like I should probably make some night vision goggles at some point, because I can't see. There. So now we have water in. Hopefully that's... Is that the water in and the water out? Are these linked? Yes, they are linked. Excellent. Good. So that's everything. Oh, acid. That's the other thing. If I use navsat mode, it's a bit brighter. I can tell what's going on a little bit more easily. Okay, so we have an underground... We have acid up to here. So I'm going to need to put in another underground belt like that. And then an acid feed to here.
Has anyone noticed the massive number of low resource alerts just going off on Novus right now?
Yes, I'm partway through adding it to actually give more information.
Right, okay. No worries.
2 of them are nonsense. So 4 of them are nonsense.
Okay.
The rest are not.
Low resource, low
Silicon,
resource,
rare
low resource, low
metals,
resource.
lithium, and coal. I like
Nice.
purple belts.
We're short of lithium, really.
Yep.
I thought I'd built that up to a state where it was going to be okay for a good long time, but all right.
There you go. One of them now has a actual description.
Low silicon,
Wait.
right. Right, so what I actually wanted to, is I wanted to get the wood from here. Actually, I want to get wood out of. Let's get the wood out of here. This is a good place. Here is wood. Is this in range of long reach? I think it probably is. Thanks, Factorio. I guess I'll have to get a little bit closer. Right, so I want to take this wood and get it way up north somewhere. Like, do I have any yellow? No, I have 2 yellow belts. Okay, we won't do this with yellow belts. We'll do it with red because I do have lots of them, and I am making them. So I want to get this all the way 1,000,000 miles up north and feed it into the into that basically. Let's head over this way and try to just stay out of the way of a lot of the rest of the stuff that's going on over here. Right, let's just get rid of all of that now. It's silly. Okay, the other thing is, though, because there's already an awful lot of wood just in the system, I'm going to pull up a chunk here like that and put in one of these sort of shenanigans where you do that, you whack a chest in between them, and then you just dump all of the wood into there. I'm sure I picked up some wood. There it is. And then I'll do, because doing it by bot is a ridiculous thing, it takes forever. I'm just going to do this by... I was going to say I'll do this by hand, but actually I don't have that much space in my inventory, but I'll do what I can. This is still going to be quicker and easier than getting the bots to do it, I reckon. I think there are also some more boxes down here that have large quantities of wood in them. Yes, down here we've got another 6 and a bit thousand, but, you know, we'll work on it. So there we go. Now we've got a nice steady stream of wood absolutely pouring out of here. I don't know if this isn't really going to be enough greenhouses, but maybe it will be. We'll I guess we'll see. I think actually I'm pretty sure... I was going to say I'm pretty sure it won't be, but once we've filled up all the buffers here and all the trains have got full fuel, then it's going to seriously reduce the amount of wood we're pushing through, that we're getting through. But there is also quite a lot of trains running around, so yeah, I wouldn't really want to bet on that. Okay, so how are we doing up here? What is going on? Right, the system is running very, very slowly because we don't have the speed modules we need for this. This ideally wants to be completely full of tier 3. We'll fill it up with tier 2 speed modules because I actually have some, and at least then it'll run a bit quicker. We can then get rid of this belt across here and here, and then I guess we'll turn this into another red belt that will feed down into the system down here as a lower priority though. So that wants to join onto this belt here. I hope everyone is enjoying their weekly dose of extreme spaghetti, because this is a bit ridiculous, even by my standards.
I'm saying none.
Is that because you're building up a nice pile of spaghetti as well?
Well, I was going to say yes, and nah, it's because I built the whole thing and it wasn't noticed.
Yeah, well, it's just because you didn't explain it well enough. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
You're right. Something like this is really difficult to explain.
Well, I wouldn't expect it to be difficult to explain, but apparently you had trouble. Yeah, I mean, that looks vaguely familiar. I did say you were going to build one of those, to be fair. So, you know, nearly there.
Have you tried looking at the other side of it?
No.
Have a look at the other side of it.
I don't have Kothar. Where's Kothar Orbit?
You can just
Here's
click on the
Kothar
thing and
Orbit.
say view other side.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Which is why I can't find it. Right, it's an explorer thing. Okay, so Mike would like it to be known that he built some solar. He basically copied my idea, and he's also built some solar and hooked it up to a space elevator. Which? You did bring. Just brought the misfortune over.
I just come back, yeah.
Oh, okay.
All the stuff I needed.
Right, because I wanted some. There was some stuff I wanted as well.
Oh, well, I can send it back and take 3 minutes. If I'm standing inside, then actually, give me a second to remove the gubbins eye one.
Okay. Yeah, it's not urgent, as you've noticed. I've been getting on with other stuff. Just give me a yell when you're done with it, and if you send it off to Norvis, then that would be handy as well. But priority, right.
Yep, no worries. I will. There we go. Actually, in fairness, I can.
Something here is sad. Why is something here sad? You're full on the output. You're not getting any cryo. Oh, that's the wrong way around. Bing. There we go. However, these machines up here. What? Is it just that these are? Oh, these haven't got any. Okay, I have apparently set this up upside down, as in I swapped the inputs and outputs over for all the way along here. Let's fix that. Why am I doing like this? Fail. So previously we had the sand coming in across the top and the beryllium coming out in the middle. I didn't realise that when I plumbed everything in. So all these inserters
sending it back to Orbit or Norbit.
Great, thank you.
Norvis and launch.
Right, so this system won't be running.
Wait,
quite
Norvis or Norbit Orbit?
Norbit. We never send spaceships to planets, with the possible exception of the new personal ones that aren't finished yet.
Does anyone have a spare grappling hook?
I don't know. I can't remember. I don't think I got a spare one. No, but I did build one at some point. Anyway, what was I was saying? This is going to run a bit slower than expected because it's only got the tier 2 speed modules in it. But never mind. It's still going to be a convenient little boost. Right. So what was next? Next was possibly going to be building a station here that's going to be... Right, okay, so down here we will be having a station. And this is going to need some more... I'll get... That's alright, I can get the misfortune to bring me some more blue and loaders because I'm going to want them for the... Or actually, maybe I'll go all the way to green for the for that. But anyway, along here, we don't need this. I said... There we go. Now I've got some frames. We don't need any of this anymore because we're not going to be putting in any more delivery cannons, I don't think. So we will have a... I don't have any warehouse. Oh, I've got a red warehouse. All right, we'll use a red warehouse for the time being and maybe downgrade it to a not red warehouse at some point in the future. So that will go in over here. I'm going to do a 4 train. Do I have train bits? I only have ground train bits. Okay. At least down here. The rest is up in Talorbit, isn't it? So let's see if I click on here, view opposite end. There we go. Okay, that's not quite what I wanted. Let's make it a 2-4. That seems like a number. And then you go through this station. Go. That will hopefully bring the train down here. And then it'll stop with a no path error. Great. Then move to here. Don't run me over. Good, I'm not on the railway lines. Right. Here is my... There we go. That's the first train that's come down my elevator. And now we'll stick you back... in fact, we'll just delete your stations. So there we go. Right. So now I have a train. I can put in a station, and I can then start thinking about how, just generally how. So station can go there. Yes, that's easily long enough because 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we'll then put in. I'll do it with blue belts for now, and then we'll probably upgrade these to better ones at some point in the future. So I want to load this here. and here. And you guessed it, here and here. Right, so that will be for loading the train. Yes. You get the idea. This will be for loading the warehouse. And I'll put in a red loader for now. I can consider upgrading this later if necessary, but for now this is fine. In fact, you know what? Let's just build everything with red loaders, and I'll upgrade them later when it turns out to be necessary. You go to that station, Fluttershy. Great, whatever. I don't care what it's called. So there we go. This is going to always load up a full load of beryllium ingots here, and then head up and drop them off at an up at a topside stair. Oh no, hang on. This isn't just going to be beryllium. This is going to be everything. So we're going to need the standard "is the train full-o-matron" thing that detects whether the train is full, and tells it to leave when it is, as I've been doing on for the train that goes up to Norbit. Also, that belt's in the wrong place and it's bothering me. There we go, stick that in there as well. Right, so this will fill up on with beryllium and junk from over here, but when it comes down, it's going to have pyroflux and it's going to have vulcanite and cryonite in it, which will need to be unloaded into two more warehouses up here, which will go here and here. So we'll these are going to need to be filtered, which is going to be fun. So we'll say, you only unload cryonite. And you are going to be doing vulcanite instead of cryonite. Right, that's good. Out over here. And it would help if I put that in the right place. So instead of going there, I would like that to be over here so it can actually get to the warehouse above it. I'm going to use red belts for now because I've got them. But in the future, I would ideally like to upgrade these at least to green, just to make the train load and unload more quickly. No, loaders up here, like that. And then we can feed from here into the belt system over here, which we'll have to turn round as well. So I'll leave that until I come back with, or until we've got the spaceship ready for all of that stuff. Now the logic of all of this is going to be difficult to implement. What it's going to have to be is we'll have to have a thing up topside. We're going to have a system that loads up the train with the amount of cryonite and vulcanite that's being requested, and then sends it down. So we make sure we don't get a ridiculous overflow, because we can't bring down half a train of vulcanite and half a train of cryonite every single time. We'll end up with too much of it down here, I hope, and that'll be a problem. So yeah, I'll need to put in some sort of cunning infrastructure for that. So we will need a signal transmitter. I said we will need a signal transmitter like that these will be connected up to.
Tristan,
Hello.
the liquid rocket fuel appeared somehow, but there isn't a train scheduled for this stop.
There is. But if it's down on Norvis, then it won't appear in the list.
Oh, it won't. Okay.
That's how you got some rocket fuel in there.
Okay. Yeah.
That's true. I do have a big construction ship. I don't have to use the Misfortune. That's a fair point. I was going to say I'm not sure if it's 100% ready. I think it actually is ready, so I could use it. All right, let's use that instead. Sorry, Mike. It turns out I don't actually need the Misfortune because I sort of forgotten that.
That's quite all right. What really confused me there is that I said it was ready a few minutes ago and you didn't react. I thought, fair enough. And then you told me you didn't. I realised muted.
Oh.
It's a little awkward, not going to lie, but it's how it goes.
You're right. So these have been moved over to here. So I need specifically, what was it? I think I wrote this down. I think the only thing I actually need now is the Tesla towers, and there probably aren't any of them up here. But I'll put in a request for them, and that way they can be brought up at some point. Where's it? Let's just search. That thing. Tesla coil, it's called. So recharge equipment grids. I need
Any
10 of them.
objections against dismantling the Misfortune?
I would say. Well, I was going to say I'd say leave it until your spaceship and Tristan's spaceship are ready. But I mean,
Yeah, I'm gonna.
That's a you problem.
I was hoping for the floor tiles.
Oh, I see.
In principle, no issue. I was just stacking up some pylons to send over to me.
Yeah, your ship is ready as well.
Thank you. It's literally like.
In fact,
So
if it brings
only if-
over, that means I can also order my extra speed modules.
Yeah, I suppose there's no reason why I can't say. Bring me.
So Mike,
Oh,
yours
how's
is
it?
the orange. Laurence, yours is the blue. And
Thank you.
feel free to guess the other two names that are gonna be named.
Oh, that's the name of the ship.
I
is.
think they'll
name
be
of-
the pink and the purple.
The problem is you got one of those right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's not like you, Mike. Are you feeling well?
Yeah, well, I'm distracted, right?
I need some blue belts. What are the odds there are some blue belts up here? I don't know why I deleted 100 to then type 1,000. Apparently I need blue inserters. What? Oh well, I mean that's an easy thing to fix, but sure. I'm surprised I'm short of blue inserters, but I'll order some more. I'm also short of productivity. Oh yeah, productivity modules for the second thing that's being built. I've over-ordered on that bit. Blue loaders as well. Need a lot of them. I think the 50 speed module is probably because there's the that's a good point. There's all of the doodly but what do we call it? Casting machines across the top as well. Yeah, I do need quite a lot of them. All right, let's bump that up to 100 speed modules. Yeah, I was thinking because at the moment it says I need 15 for that beacon. But yeah, you're right. There's all the casting machines across the top have them as well. So we need casting machines. I cast machine. It's super effective. Actually, it's not that effective. It's kind of slow. Speed modules. Pipes. Oh, we'll just make pipes on site. That's fine. I don't care about the solar panels. I do care about the... What are those? Yeah, those are advanced chemical plants, aren't they? So I definitely need another load of those. That's not atmospheric condenser. That one. Oh, no, sorry. It's furnaces, not the chemical plants. We'll bring out 40 of those. Apparently that's 2 stacks. And is more than I need by quite a bit. Let's bring out some more air purifiers if we've got them up here. If we haven't, then I'm not too bothered, but I'll bring out another 50 of them if I can. No, we haven't got them. Okay, never mind then.
Marc.
Yes.
No, mind. The
Pumps I've got.
Okay, the rocket booster tanks are just for atmospheric entry, yeah?
Yes.
Cool. Nice, thank you.
I imagine
For
they'll
those that-
probably get used for taking... I was going to say, I imagine they'll probably get used for taking off from in space as well, but we do have the ion booster tanks, but I don't know how that works. Whether it'll use
science.
all of them.
And which got used?
Hang on. There you go. Showed up. Oh, no, it did use the liquid rocket fuel. It used the spaceship rocket booster tank.
Did you use both of them, or did it just
I
use
have
that one?
I've kidnapped a construction bot.
Oh my.
It was flying over.
Put it in your pocket and keep it safe for later.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, it is. I've just forgotten again what I was looking at. Why am I saying? Oh yeah, signal receiver. That's what I wanted.
I've kidnapped 3.
Oh, that's just careless. Transmitter, I mean, not receiver. Just have 5 of them.
Don't construction ones sit in the roboport and stay there? I thought it was just...
They were
Oh,
flying
this is-
over.
That's the point. I'm
other things.
gonna potentially kidnap a load of bots out of this roboport, and they aren't landing
Which
in this
is-
roboport.
is
so
fine.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Because that
that's
means you
why-
get them at the other end.
Exactly,
assume it's
because
deliberate.
Yeah.
you're probably gonna need them with a personal chip because you're gonna build something. So that's why I'm sorting out the logistic ones, but not the construction ones.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've kidnapped. I kidnapped 3 in flight. I've kidnapped 31 more in the roboport.
Yeah, mine's got 14 in it now, and then there's more taking shelter in it. Hello, Red CMD. Welcome. Yes. Peter says it thinks it gets split equally between all the booster tanks, so equivalent amount of energy used from the rocket fuel ones and the ion stream ones, which is a little bit of a shame because it's going to mean we're using a load of rocket fuel that we don't need to. But c'est la vie, I suppose. It's not a huge amount of fuel to.
It cost me 2k liquid rocket fuel just to launch.
Yeah, it is a shame, but I'm not sure what we can do about it.
Yeah, I don't know. The obvious thing is to have a pump just outside the ship, which you only turn on to put fuel in the tanks if you know you're going to need it.
Or you have another storage tank in the ship that holds the rocket fuel, and you only turn it on when you're on a planet to pump it into the booster tanks. And that way you know you won't end up somewhere in an unfortunate position, but it does use up more of the storage space. That said, if we look at this, oh wow, Marc has pushed us all the way up to the top of the container stress, but I suspect you probably don't always need quite so many green chests in in the spaceship. All right, so down here, what am I asking for?
I mean, the other one, in fairness, is that liquid rocket fuel isn't exactly expensive.
It's not too bad, no, but the ion stream is a lot cheaper and better, so it's better to use that one if we can.
Is it cheaper?
I think so. It's mostly energy that goes into it, I feel. I have to admit, I'm not certain.
Have a look. Ion stream. Rare metals and plasma stream. So it's lithium, chemical gel, rare metals. Where's the chemical gel?
Yeah, but it's how much does it cost? How much of each of those resources does it cost to actually take off? That's the relevant part.
So,
I mean, it's more complicated to make, yes, but it doesn't require as much. You don't need all that much of it to take off.
If it's already being made, the complication matters less.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, it's in terms of cost. I'm not factoring in the complexity of setting things up. I'm just factoring in the what's it called?
Casting machines.
The cost of the actual resources themselves.
Yeah.
And I figured the only way to fairly do cost is to look at the not the vanilla cores, but you know what I mean, the basic
The
cores.
ores that go into it. Yeah.
Well, core processing for an equivalency of how many iron is a copper worth?
Yeah, I'd say iron and copper are both worth exactly the same. The exotic metals are slightly harder to judge.
Oh, absolutely. What I would do is I would use for most things when you pulverize a regular core, that proportion is a good way of setting up the cost for the basics. Yes, you're right that the regular metals are more complicated, but you can also sit there and say we'll call it 50-1. You know, maybe 20-1 for the vulcanite and cryonite, and 50-1 for the others, and then naquitite.
So,
Naquium.
Tristan?
It's difficult to come up with sensible numbers, yeah.
True.
you know that we have a lot of landfill on Norvis, so maybe this station could have been set up a bit nicer.
Yeah.
We
I'd
do.
have had to wait for the bots to deliver the landfill.
Oh dear.
It fits in. Everyone likes spaghetti.
In the words of my daughter, Tristan, you lazy.
She
You're
knows him
just
well.
now realising this?
I'm just saying in the words of my daughter, who woke up the other day at about 7 o'clock in the morning when her maternal grandmother was supposed to be coming down for the day. Her maternal grandmother said she'd be there by lunchtime. Anyway, at 7 o'clock in the morning, my daughter wakes up and goes, "Grandma, you late." Like, give her a chance. It's 7 a.m.
Have I run? Nah. Stop it. Why? So looking at this, I'm looking at this production graph because it's interesting mostly. I'm wondering why that's dropped off quite so sharply there from its peak. Because with the beryllium production should be more or less constant and steady. It should just be always having. Oh, this has stopped. Why have you? Okay, what have we having water problems again? No, we're not. All right. Why are you sad this time? You're not sad. You're running. You're running. Sort of. What did we run out of? Oh, I'm not making acid quickly enough now because I put in so much extra production that the acid production can't keep up. And that's being where are we making acid? Over here somewhere. I bet this is we're running out of something silly like sulfur. Oh no, was it just that this machine can't keep? It's because I've turned all the iron into belts. We've run out of iron. Oh dear. For the sulfuric acid. That's a fail. I mean, it's getting passed straight across in there like this, but then it stops wanting it for a little while, and this takes much, much longer to run. And so all the iron... Oh, this is silly. And it's all just getting turned into red belt. How many have we got now? We've got 180. I mean, good, but also not so... What's a good way to fix this? I mean... I guess the way to fix this is... Like... no, oh, never mind. I do want that there. I want to put a box in there and an unloader there, and then I'll wire it in there, and we'll set up a buffer over here. Yep, ran out of acid indeed. The water overflow hasn't been a problem yet. So it's definitely the acid down here. So let that happen, and then over here I can link that to there. And tell that to only run when there's iron is greater than 1,000. There we go. So this machine will carry on running. It'll dump all the iron into here and we'll turn it into acid. But then any excess spare can be passed off over here to be made into belts. So that's fine. I'm going to whack some speed modules in this anyway, just because it seems like a good idea.
By the way, we are now building the superchargers, the robo-powered superchargers.
Okay,
Ah,
that's
cool.
nice. What was that? Oh, it's industrial furnace, that one. I'm deliberately using a cheaper module down here because I can. Do we have those in hand? Yes. Right, so that'll get all of this set up now. We'll hopefully solve all of our iron problems around here, because that was a bit of a silly problem to have. There we go. Was that one bot flew over and dumped an entire machine's worth of speed modules in? That's quite impressive. Okay, so right, that will hopefully fix the problem with the acid. We may need to increase the rate of production here. I suspect this is not sufficient. In fact, I can't look at the production graph for sulfuric acid because it's being made in so many different places. I will. Let's just speed module that one as well because it's there, and I feel like I might as well. If I can find the bloody thing. There it is. So you can also have tier 2 speed modules over here. Now that is going to help. The question is it going to help enough? It felt like we weren't too short of acid. The system did seem to be mostly running. It's just we weren't quite keeping up. So hopefully doing that will allow us to now actually fill this pipe up a bit, and the system will work. How are we doing for iron over here? Okay, it's got to 90. Is it actually going up? Yes, it is. We are producing. Okay, so iron is being produced faster than it's being used. That's good. Yeah, and the sulfuric acid is starting to catch up as well because the pipe is mostly not getting emptied. So I think we're probably all right now. I think the system is probably running as well as it can. I'll come back and check that out in a minute though. Right, let's have a look at my to-do list because I have one and I always forget to look at this. But actually, first let's check. Yeah, there we go. The water is still only at about 5,000, which is what this is. This is set to 5,000. So if that's at 5,000, then we seem to be okay. Oh, the one that picks up sulfur, was that my limiting factor? Does appear to be. Yes, I think you're right. Alt U, not just you. Yeah, let's turn that into a green. This is potentially going to be a problem because we're using quite a lot of sulfur up, and most of the sulfur that we're using is coming in by delivery cannon like that. I hadn't really thought of that because we don't really have oil on this planet. This is pretty much the only thing it's being we're doing with the oil, apart from and making filters because we're making that's because we're bringing in plastic here. So all of the oil
filters on the spaceship.
That's true. Yeah. Now this pipe does go somewhere. It goes over here. Oh, right, okay, that's the cracking over here is turning all of the... Yeah, so we're turning all of the coal into petroleum gas, and we're turning all of the oil that comes out of the core fragments into petroleum gas, and we're turning all of that into sulfur, and that's providing this pathetic little trickle that we are admittedly adding on to what's coming in by delivery cannon, but only just. Yes, that's Tristan's point there, that these filters can now be brought in from the delivery cannon, from the spaceship. That's fine. That sorts that out. But the sulfur is still going to be a thing. I might need to start either bringing sulfur over in the spaceship as well, or just keep the delivery cannon going. I think for now we'll leave the delivery cannon running because that's the easy way to do it. But in the long run, yeah, we're going to want to start putting the sulfur on the spaceship as well, I think. That's a shame. Especially as it means that's another thing that I need to bring down over here, and I haven't worked that into my cunning plan. Although, actually, to be honest, that would be fairly straightforward. I could just have another set of things unloading from 2 of these wagons, and that would allow me to pull... And then they could be filtered appropriately to pull it out and load it properly. I don't want to bring over acid because the spaceship that comes over is configured for carrying solids, not liquids. So better really to bring the sulfur over than to bring the acid in the spaceship, I think. But it's good suggestion though, Doopy. Right. So how are we doing? Yeah, there is a quantity of sulfuric acid has been obtained. It's not a particularly large quantity, but there's a lot of pipe to fill up over here. These belts are running flat out. These belts are not. Okay, all of the acid is going into the system down here. That sucks. Okay, let's fix this by coming onto here and making that into a minus 101. We'll get a lot. Then this way we should get twice as much sulfur being delivered. Sulfur being delivered twice as often, maybe. More sulfur should be coming through anyway. It'll be coming through as fast as the delivery cannon can send it, which I think it might already be, and it's apparently not enough. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, that's a way of looking at it, Nogard. Yes, he's saying that acid is used in so many other planets that he's just resorted to shipping it, having an acid supply in every single spaceship because it's just a standard thing that is needed everywhere. You might not be wrong there, to be honest. There's a lot of iron on this planet which we can work through. But yeah, maybe when we've done another spaceship size research, we can whack in a fluid tank to carry acid, because I think having 3 warehouses to carry the solids is going to be plenty. Wash your mouth out with soap, Jeff. We are not barreling it up and sending it by delivery cannon. That is a horrible, horrible idea. I do not like it.
It instantly has my support.
So that presumably means up here is actually running. Does that mean we now have enough acid? Yeah, we seem to be suitably acidic now. It's running. Well, I'll need to keep an eye on it. Yes, that would give us a nice supply of steel. It's sort of true, but also horrible. Barrel drop stations. Oh yes, over here there isn't room for all of my trains to fit in. So let's see. The question is, if I put these signals in literally as close together as they can fit. What are these? These are 3 long? Yes, 3 long. So there's from that signal. Oh, maybe that's a. Could I put that signal there, or would it cause? If I put a signal there, does that count as behind this train, or will that break? I don't know. Let's play it safe. 1, 2, 3. So 3 is there. 1. If you. Oh, there's another signal in there. That's why it's a problem. 3 is there in the wall. Is it in the wall? No, it's just before the wall. There we go. And then from there, 1, 2, 3 is just that might be okay. I think I might have squeezed an extra train in there. We'll keep an eye on it, see if it becomes a problem. But the rate we're getting through the ore I don't think that's going to... I think we're going to be bringing it in as fast as the train. There's always going to be at least one train out getting more, at least for the time being. Okay, so that's sorted that out. The pollution we decided was probably okay. I was considering moving this western wall here outside the rails to keep the area a bit more protected, but that's quite a big job, and I can't be bothered right now. I could do with upgrading some of the defences on the iron mine, but it's not doing too much at the moment. Why did the spaceship leave is a Marc problem, and he's going to have sorted about an hour ago now, probably. Oh yes, did you notice my note about the miscellaneous stuff being loaded onto the ships in Orbit, Marc? It needs to be done on a negative numbers trigger on a negative number, not positive, and not just.
No, I didn't see the notes, but I noticed myself.
So at the moment, the ships that are going out to places like Talos or wherever, they're going to end up with the wrong thing. Oh, you're deleting all of that anyway. It looks like you're rethinking it. So you're all right. Yep. I'll wait. I won't comment until you're clearly redoing it. So I'll let you do whatever and then go from there. Are you deliberately putting down a massive quantity of space scaffolding here?
Yes, because I need more space left and right of the spaceship.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
so you're ripping up everything. Oh, yeah, I see. Okay.
Yeah, the bay has to be wider than this one to allow for loading the ships as well.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh yes, because there's going to be cryonite and vulcanite heading out there as well, isn't there? Yeah. I'm looking forward to actually. How are you going to make sure that the cryonite and vulcanite don't get dumped out, don't get unloaded in Orbit? I guess that's a problem at your end, but if you. Oh, and actually at the other end, I need to make sure the beryllium doesn't get unloaded out into.
Basically.
Oh, is it going to be separate loaders?
So basically, between the loaders and the underground belt, there has to be a one single piece of belt that you can second condition, and there will be unloaded some stuff we don't want to unload, but you can just circle it back. So from your end, all beryllium that's on the unloading side of the spaceship
loops around and goes back in again. Yeah.
Circle it around.
I think given that Factorio is, I believe, first in, last out for containers, this is going to mean we're going to have to empty a ship before we load the ship.
Yes.
So it has to be emptied, and then it can then it can start loading it. Okay.
Yes, definitely.
Right. The alternative is to have different loaders unloading different things, but that's going to be very, very slow.
No, we don't.
So don't want to do
and
that.
each ship is custom then.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. A lot of warehouses in the probulator drop area. That's a Tristan thing. Fixed petroleum gas train in Orbit. That's a me thing because it's my thing that isn't working properly. So over here, it was a two-part broken thing. One was that part's been fixed. The train's gone from there. Has it got stuck up here? Here, yes, it has. Because as somebody pointed out in the YouTube comments, there needs to be a signal there, and that will turn this into a two-way rail and will allow the train to leave. I don't want to think about how long it would have taken me to notice that if I hadn't had it pointed out to me, but I'd have got there eventually, I'm sure. Right. So yes.
I put the train in, but I forgot that there was a signal part as well.
Yeah, I didn't mention the signal in the video, but so I said, oh, this isn't working, and I hadn't worked out why. But somebody in the comments told me.
Said.
Oh, was it you?
Yeah, it was me.
Okay, yes. Somebody else said as well then.
Okay.
I think it was David.
Assuming I actually managed to send my comment, because I often forget.
I don't remember when David said it. It came as a surprise, so I'm guessing you didn't, but I'm not sure. Right, so I put a load of extra stuff in there now. Is there anything else that we're missing that I haven't thought of? There's a pump missing for some reason, but oh yeah, has this now got everything it could possibly need? Yes, all of these are satisfied. Excellent. Looking down here, I think that's okay. There's a few things missing, like pumps and wide area pylons, but I've got those in my pockets, so I think that's okay. I don't know why it claims to be a laser missing, but I'm not too worried about that. So let's send this ship now off to Talorbit, and then I can
Tristan, your ship is ready as well.
Retrieve it.
Excellent, thank you.
Is there anything else I want to take out? No, I don't think so. And I can always send it back again if necessary. Right, how fast are you? 41 minutes, 28 minutes, 21 minutes, 17 minutes, 15, 13, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. How fast does this thing go? 72, 74, 75. Speed's still climbing. It's pretty quick. I approve. I also can't see it at the moment. Let's go. No, not that. This one. This is the one I want. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Blue, you. Yep, seems to be shooting down the asteroids with absolutely no problems whatsoever. That's good. 3 minutes away. Speed, its top speed seems to be about 100. That's pretty good top speed. Happy with that. Okay, so the next thing I was talking about going over and investigating the pyramid. I think. Oh, was that you, Dupe? Are you okay? Names and handles are tricky sometimes, but well, thank you. I appreciate it. So over here we have a pyramid of doom. Oh, no, actually, no. I take this back. I'm going to wait until we've got the Tesla towers the Tesla coils before I go in there, because otherwise it's going to take me half an hour to refill my batteries every time I do anything over there. Oh, speed's capped at 100. Okay. Yeah, it's like a Windows dialog copy dialog box. With the times, or a torrent running, which of course I wouldn't know anything about because I'm very much a law-abiding citizen. I only use torrents for downloading Linux distros. And let's drive straight through the middle of a uranium patch. That's not going to hurt at all. You know, while I'm up here, I could build a station. I could make this loop bigger so that there's room for a station. This can be something to do while we wait for the blue. I wish it wouldn't do that sort of whole big diagonal. There we go. Right, build that much up. Okay, we do have the construction stuff. We do have the what's the name, the rail available for this, which is nice. Let's reverse the train back up. I don't know I'm bothering to reverse. I just know. I mean, I know I need to put in a station about. Oh, we need to put down scaffolding for a station, don't I? That would help. Which I can't do because I don't have any in my pockets because this is my because I've got rid of all the stuff that isn't needed when I'm in space. But let's put down a bit here like that. And now I can drop in the station. It's not entirely necessary because the building for all of this is going to come later. But at least for now, it's nice to have the station here because that means I can send the train to it, I suppose, whether I'm in it or not. Right, and then maybe my spaceship's here by now. Let's have a look. Blue. No, it's still on the way. Where has it got to? Okay, still got a fair distance to go. It's on its way through the asteroid belt at the moment. Does that mean it's slowed down, do you think? Has Marc set it up to fly more slowly through asteroid belts?
Yes. No. So, well, it is set up that if the battery is drained, then...
If the battery's drained, yes, but you can set ships to fly more slowly when they get travelling through asteroid belts because there's more rocks to worry about. But no, it's not. That's
no,
fine.
I'm automating it by accumulator load.
Yeah,
yep.
That's fine. I wonder what sort of speed we could maintain on here. Let's have a look at the power accumulator charge. Yeah, given that the accumulators are not always at 100%, not quite anyway, I think that's probably keeping it at a sensible speed there. I suppose Nogard is asking why, given that everything else related to trains is happy just drifting vaguely in space, why does the station have to be put down on scaffold? I guess the station is slightly more of a building than the rest of it. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for it. I'm just going to... And anything I say is just going to be me going, I don't know. So, yeah, that's what you get. Of course, this bit over here, we didn't have enough... this bit over here, I didn't have enough rail for... didn't have enough Roboport range for, sorry, is what I actually mean to say. So I'll extend that a little bit. I feel like I could put down a large area of unloadery and loadery over here, but I feel it's going to be a little bit premature because I haven't really decided how we're going to set it all up, especially as this ship over here isn't finished. But I could still fill it up with beryllium and other. Oh no, this is just going to be beryllium, not the other trash. I could still fill it up with beryllium and send it over, but yeah, the other inputs won't be working yet. So all right, let's put down a big area of scaffolding here. So I've got somewhere to unload
All the
the train
sciences
into.
are now in the alerts thing.
Cool.
Nice. Also going to need to charge batteries up here. So have a system over here somewhere that does the battery charging. I guess I haven't decided exactly what it's going to look like yet, but I will later. And that's going to be unloading batteries from ships like this, because over here there is down here somewhere underneath it, here somewhere, there is a box that is there is going to be a box that has all of the useful sort of batteries and things like that, and elevator cable parts and so on. How are we doing for elevator cable? We've got 6 still in it. We've got 133 left in the box, and yeah, it's ticking through them. So I need to. Yeah, ideally I need to get the spaceship up and running reasonably soon, so we start getting the elevator cable up and running as well. Why did I come? Oh yes, I came here to meet my my spaceship, which is this one, the blue. And so we can anchor this to Talos orbit. Let's just put it here. No, let's not. Let's put it over here, so it's a bit more out of the way. And then. Yes. Then I can loot that chest over there, and then we can take the train back down again. Choo-choo! I could put everything on the same ship and sort it in Norvis orbit, but I think we've more or less decided we're not going to do that. I forget there were reasons for that. I can't remember what they are, but there were reasons. I think we decided it'd be better to it'd be nicer to have separate ships for trash and useful stuff.
Could you set up a transmitter in Talos orbit, sending me everything you want as a negative number? Could we load it into the ship?
Yes, but not just yet.
Okay.
I do have some. I have just brought some transmitters over, so yes, I will be able to do that. But I was.
Yeah, just.
But yes. Presume are you? So this is going to be vulcanite, cryonite, cable, or things like cable going to be just in every spaceship in fixed quantities.
Yes, that's
okay. So that'll be a take as much as you want rather than a it's all here.
Yes. So everything you need on bulk, basically.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So that'll be the cryonite and vulcanite. But yes, I'll do that. Where are my energy receivers? I'm sure I brought some. Did I leave them up? All right. I think I seem to be going back up into Tull orbit because I seem to have forgotten some of the stuff I wanted, or left it up there. I think I left it up there after I realised it wasn't going to work. I hope that's the case, because if it's down here, I've no idea where I've put it. It does amuse me that my armor is capable of healing me from the radiation as fast as the radiation damage occurs. That's nice. I appreciate that. So up here, hopefully. Yes, here we go. In the system somewhere. Not over this side though. Fine, I'm gonna have to switch suits. I've probably got too much stuff in my inventory. Let's put some. Oh, here's some space. We can put stuff in here and then tidy it up later. A train of shame. So now I can swap my spacesuit for my combat suit. There we go. Because otherwise I'd suffocate while I was out here going off and getting the bits and pieces I wanted. I could have just summoned them across the logistics network, but I'd have got a lot of stuff I didn't want as well.
So train makes you safe as well then?
Yes.
Provides you plenty of oxygen.
Yes, apparently so. Oh, this doesn't have the... I don't know where I've... Oh, wait, there's a load of chests in there. I see. It'll be in one of those. But yes, I think it seems like vehicles all have air supplies in them, which is nice. Okay, not in those either. Must be in the chests over on the other side, the ones that I could reach, but they're but they're a bit of an awkward distance away, because I haven't put down any other chests up here. So it must be over here. It's not in this warehouse. Oh, they are in this. What? I am apparently losing the plot. Good evening, Metbar. Welcome to the stream. And yes, there should be a space station perhaps as well. Reset requests. Oh, I forgot to put Marc's transmitter down. I'll go back up again and do that. Back through the uranium. Stings. Yeah, you're being told you should be putting barrel sulfuric acid in the spaceships.
Sure thing.
I somewhat disagree with this. I should probably point out. Right. Pylon from here to here to here, I guess. To here. I don't have any constant combinators, do I? No, I've got some decided combinators, but no constants. All right. I'm going to call the signal from Talorbit. There's nothing on it at the moment, but at some point in the not too distant future, it'll eventually start asking for cryonite and vulcanite. Right, let's go and have some fun with combat zappy things. Oh. What do we do here? Oh, the requests in the... Yeah, that's a good point. Yes, thank you. That is a very good idea. If I go back to Talorbit, I can then reset all of these. Otherwise, I'll get a load of stuff I didn't really want next time. Thank you. That's a very worthwhile, very definitely worth resetting. I'm wearing my spacesuit at the moment. Let's change clothes on the way over. And here. Nobody look, I'm getting changed. There we go. Right, you can look again now. I'm back in my normal clothes. So put two of... Oh, yeah, you can only have one energy absorber. Okay. That is a thing, I guess. But maybe not a problem. Let's go out and fry some biters and see what recharging is like. Oh, I need to put down Tesla coils as well. But let's use up some of the power from my suit in the best possible way. Right, we'll finish off that one. Finish off this one as well by the looks of it. Now, part of the problem I have is that the power output of the battery I've got in my suit is so low that it can't keep the lasers satisfied. However, that's possibly a good thing, because if it could keep the lasers satisfied, the lasers would discharge. The battery would discharge in 2 seconds flat. So now I need to put down a Tesla coil. Where are the Tesla coils? There they are. That thing. It's only one of these, and there we go. This reminds me a lot of Dyson Sphere program. I was charging my mech up quite a lot this way in that as well. So now hopefully that will speed up. Yeah, those are definitely charging up faster than they were before. What if I put in several of them? Okay, you can't. So I can only have one Tesla coil. I can only have one energy receiver.
You can get two within range of you, at least. You might be able to get three.
Oh, you mean if I put one sort of wherever the nearest point is? Like
yeah,
that?
as close as possible. A square might work to get.
Nice.
No, probably not then.
Interestingly, the batteries are still discharging. Well, I was going to say they're completely empty. They're now starting to charge back up again because the lasers have been refilled. But yeah. So even with the 3 Tesla coils zapping at me, the lasers are still pulling in power, which makes sense given what I was saying about the battery. If the battery did charge up the lasers at full speed they could take, it would discharge the battery completely in 2 seconds. And these are not many hundreds of times faster than producing many times hundreds more power than the other thing. Actually, these are only 60 kilowatts each. That's kind of feeble. But oh well, I guess it's better than nothing. Yeah, better personal batteries would keep me running for longer. Yes, but it would still rip through the power. It's still the problem is still that I can't recharge the suit in a reasonable amount of time. The batteries could be better, and having better batteries would help a little bit, but it wouldn't make that much difference because the rate that the power is taken out. Well, we'll have a look. So these things, the big personal batteries, have a maximum output of 2 megawatts. The lasers have a maximum consumption of 6 megawatts each. Well, 4 to 6 megawatts each. Call it 5. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of them. So yeah, it's not particularly. So the 2 megawatts coming out of these batteries is then split between all of these. This has a maximum output of 12 megawatts. That's interesting. That makes me wonder if there's a much better way of powering the energy absorber, because it's got a maximum output. Oh, it does also store 5 megajoules, which is a lot less than a battery, but it is still a little bit. Okay, well, we'll pick these up. And I'm going to do a little bit of swapping weapons around. So I'm not going to use the machine gun because it's a bit pathetic. I will instead use the heavy rocket launcher and the atomic bombs. These are the things that I've been very carefully not keeping out of my weapon slots because they're kind of destructive. Although it does turn out that the biogun is almost as bad when you accidentally fire it at your own base. So, the question is, this may allow Tristan to get some extra counts on his deaths thing, but I'm gonna give it a shot because I want to try and take on one of these pyramids, and I reckon I've probably got, with all of these personal lasers, with an adaptive armor Mark IV, and with a nuclear bomb launcher. I'm cautiously optimistic. So let's see how it goes. Wish me luck.
Good luck. F in the chat.
Ooh, I slightly nuked myself, but only slightly. Can I have another nuke, please? Okay, thank you. There we go. And now my cunning plan is to fire lots of. My cunning plan is apparently to accidentally leave the pyramid, which is not what I meant to do. The problem is, after you fire a nuke, it takes so long for your gun, all of your weapons, to become ready to fire again. That was a bit closer than I meant it to be. I've got myself with my own goo, but not fatally. You'll be pleased to know. So there we go. My hope is there that leaving that bio sludge there will mean that any biters that are patrolling in that area will get pushed back by will get killed off, and when I go back in, it's going to be reasonably safe. Let's have a quick look. Okay, that's reasonably safe. I am gooping myself again, though, which is unfortunate. So can I put another nuke over there? Yes, I can. And let's put some more biogun stuff down over here. Can I put some more biogun down? Right, okay, so I'm learning. The trick is to put the biosludge down before firing off the nuke, because after you fired a nuke, it takes so long for you to be allowed to use your guns again. That it's
rocket launchers are big and heavy.
Yeah, but I don't want to refire the rocket launcher. I want to fire the biogun. It's a different weapon. But it turns out that you have to use them separately.
Putting your gun down and picking up the next one and checking everything's right and all that takes time.
But it doesn't unless you're waiting for the gun to reload. So I accept it's a game thing. I sort of understand the logic or illogic behind it, but it was mildly frustrating that I couldn't switch from one gun.
It's probably just a single reload cooldown.
Yes, there is. You can see the thing sweeping around all of your weapons in sync. So thank you. I'm glad you approved my tactics. There we go. That's all the guns are charged. All the lasers are charged up again now. So now we're just pumping it back into the battery. The recharge thing, even with the Tesla's coils, it's still a little bit slow, but it's not too bad. It's certainly better than waiting for. Actually, I was going to say it's certainly better than just waiting for this thing, but this produces 2.4 megawatts. these are presumably producing a tiny fraction of that, 240 kilowatts. So a tenth of the amount. So actually, these don't. I don't think the energy absorber is really that useful. The portable nuclear reactor is just powering everything, producing nearly all the power. Because yeah.
There ought to be a second tier of it then.
Yeah.
I sort of feel that should always be the fastest way of charging.
Yeah. The energy absorber does say its maximum input and output is 12 megawatts, but that relies on you being able to pull 12 megawatts in from the surrounding Tesla coils. So
there needs to be a Tesla coil Mark 5 or something.
Yeah, basically. Or literally be able to put down a field of 100 of them. Right. So this time, go in, make the sludge. Okay, the biters are coming over anyway, but we can put down some sludge anyway. And then that, and I've probably got enough defensiveness now so that I can lob off another one before I leave. Yeah, that's some nice biter fireworks going on there. I approve of that. Okay, the biogun is working better than I remembered and expected it to. I think I've now cleared out. Oh no, there's still a nest up there, a spawner up there. I think I think my lasers were helping the biogun quite a bit there. So the biters were still exploding. Oh no, it's a dead nest. That's dead. That's dead. That's dead. Those two are not. Okay, let's lightning gun them and rely on the lasers to deal with the actual biters. There we go. I have successfully a pyramid, and for my efforts, I get a tier 9 productivity module.
Nice.
Ooh.
Lovely. And some and there's some hieroglyphics written on the floor as well, but there's biter corpses all over one of them, so I can't take a screenshot. I shall leave and re-enter, see if that causes the biter corpses to disappear, and then try and take a screenshot of it, because I think we're going to need this later. And if it means we don't have...
Yeah.
Oh, the corpses have all gone. And if it means we don't have to come back here later, that would be mildly convenient. You can't take the magic chest, you can only loot the magic chest.
Does going into navsat mode improve light? Or
No, going into navsat mode shows you the outside of the pyramid.
that's unfortunate.
That's helpful.
I guess it's to stop you looking inside the pyramid in a sort of a kind of cheaty-ish way. Right, there we go.
I mean, I get it, but at the same time, that is kind of irritating.
Yeah, I think I agree. Talos pyramid.pung. Right, so pyramid. I'm not. I thought. Yeah, I suppose the battery doesn't take in enough energy to use all the power from the coils, but I would expect charging up my lasers to do so. Why are you not zapping? Hello, excuse me.
It's tired.
Apparently. We have plenty of headroom in the power generation. So, oh yeah, I was going to see how much the Tesla coils were using, wasn't I? I've played enough red alerts in my time that I expect. Why is the search not searching? I played enough red alerts in my time that I expect a Tesla coil to be a weapon, not a utility item. But yes, using 11 megawatts apparently. So actually, maybe in that case it is actually charging my charging me at full rate, and if the fact it claims to be using 60 kilowatts is wrong. It also says energy capacity 60 megawatts on it. So I don't know. Maybe I am. I think I am being charged up at many times the rate I thought it wasn't.
When you were mousing over that was flickering yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing else is though. There's plenty of power on this planet. I think it's just it's a weird thing about the way it pulls in some power from the network and then zaps you with it, and that uses up some of the power in it, and then it refills itself. That's why it's flickering. Maybe the 60 kilowatt consumption is the idle consumption. I don't know. I'm making this up. You can probably tell, but it seems I feel like it was charging me up at maybe at the 12 megawatts or whatever it is it's supposed to do. Yes, Jeremy, exactly. That's my thought. I'm thinking maybe it uses 60 kilowatts when it's idle, and the rest it counts it as being transferred. So it's not being used by the Tesla coil, it's being transferred somewhere else for you by it. Right, let's reclaim all this trash from here. And find somewhere to put it, basically. Like that. Okay, sure, I guess that's helped.
I have nearly finished upgrading the... it's just as far as the blast cake production on Kotar.
Nice.
Basically, it's this bit.
We may have just had a brownout on Norvis.
Oh, what?
Quick, build more
Hence,
solar panels.
We had a massive number of alerts for low science
Oh,
because the signal stopped getting
Oh, 'cause-
transmitted down there.
signal receiver stopped working. Yeah. Okay. We have shorter. Are all those alerts now accurate?
Yes.
Oh dear.
So the purple belts, I'm sort.
The purple belts I
Don't
don't care
care
about so much, no. But the rest of it is
So
a
it's
concern.
possible things aren't being.
Now the low
Set to the
silicon,
right.
I suspect, is because Marc has been turning absolutely all of the stone into carpet.
No, it's because
Oh.
that area, the old smeltery, wasn't being supplied with stone.
Yes, because it was all going into the new stone area, or was it or was there an actual problem there? Right, as opposed
No,
to just
the other place had substantial priority over it.
right, yeah.
So this is now taking directly off the core area, and trains can go here again.
Okay. Ooh,
I put
gaps.
a priority drop station in here for your reference, Mark, which I don't think you'll object to, but
No, that's fine.
Okay, so one of the trains will go there, and the other one will go to the other priority. If there are multiple priority stone trains,
yeah, there's a bunch over at the other end. But this one's
Okay.
closer, so this will
this will get priority. This
one is
priority will be a
technically
higher
higher
priority. Yep, gotcha.
Yes.
Yep, that makes sense.
And the train filling up from cores will fill up slower now because I'm leeching away a fair amount of it.
Okay.
Just go directly there.
Also, notably, having added in a fifth, yeah, no, what, third or fifth and sixth beryllium processing systems up here. We're now ripping through this ore significantly faster than it's being brought in. So maybe it is time to go out and start putting speed modules in all the mines. Horrific an idea though that seems. So first, I'm going to unload into this red chest over here all the bits and pieces that were brought down from brought over from Norbit in order to upgrade stuff. So we'll have some of that. I'll put a couple of those in there because it seems a bit silly otherwise. That one's okay. These ones go
Silicon
in
shouldn't
there.
be low anymore.
None of it should be low. It just is.
Silicon might be capped at the amount it. No more's going into the station. Yeah,
Oh,
I need to adjust.
Oh, so the cap is wrong. Okay, that makes sense. Right, I'm going to go out and put some of these speed modules in some of my mines. Let's see, which mine is the biggest, as in has the most barrels. So it's got just under 2 million. There's a patch there. It's also 1.9 million, but that's right under my right in the middle of my base. That was a dumb place to put the base, but never mind. Over here we've got 11, not 10, and 6. Okay, so we'll go over. We'll fill this one up here up with the other things. Yes.
Remind me real quick. Do you need cryonite rods and
Granite rods
or-
and vulcanite blocks, please.
Okay.
So module insertometron, and these are blue mining drills, and I want them to be filled up with those. Where is my mine? It's over here somewhere, I think. So this will significantly increase the amount of power we're using, and it'll increase how quickly these patches run out. However, I think that's probably going to be worth it because it'll get us a lot more beryllium. So, do that. And then my bots will fly out and merrily shove modules into all of these mining drills, and we'll get far, far more out. I should also pick up the ones that are dead, actually, like this. Except the ones who were dead. But there's no sense mining over. Is that enough? No, it's not quite enough. Oh, that one's dead as well. And so are these two. And and that one. I'm not quite. I am 2 drills short for this. However, they're both kind of on the very much on the edge of the everything. So I'm gonna nick the modules from down here and put them into the ones up here. There we go. Right. So now these are all running at. So previously they were running at a mining speed of 0.75 per second. Now they're running at 1.4. They're plus 90%. So there's almost twice as much beryllium ore beryl ore being dug up here. So that should help a lot. I could beacon it, I suppose. Not a bad idea. I mean, it's up. Yeah, it would make them going much faster, I suppose. I could pull up one in the middle here and stick one over there. That's a good question. We are presumably going to be producing more pollution now. Plus, it's only 18% more. It's gone from 10 per minute to 33 per minute. How is that 10% more? 18% more. Oh, probably because it's going at twice. It's doing twice as fast, and then a plus 18% on the productivity pollution. Okay, so it's going to need about twice as much pollution cleaning. Let's see. How bad was this before? Because I think I'd use it in a bit of an. Yeah, okay, that's pretty bad. Yep, you're right. This is going to need a lot more pollution cleaning in, pollution scrubbing in here. I haven't left any room. Just have to go down all the way down here then. I'm not going to have the bits and pieces to build this, am I? Oh, yes, I am. Interesting. I did bring some purifiers with me. But not enough, probably. Oh no, it's just the bots being lazy. Oh, that's a thought. Yes. I don't have any efficiency modules here. I could order some. Yeah, putting in a mixture of speed and efficiency would be quite would be good, because then obviously then you get the bonus to the speed, but you still get the bonus to the cleanliness from the efficiency modules as well. Yeah, that's a good idea. I should do that, especially if I can get some higher. If I get some tier 3 efficiency modules over, then I can be a little bit more. I won't need quite as many of them. But to be honest, I suspect that's going to be enough cleaning for this area to be okay. I mean, it's got to be, hasn't it? With this many scrubbers, it's got to be okay. It's got to be enough. Surely. Do I have? Yes, I could upgrade. I could upgrade this as well. Upgrade planner on that. And just load the train up a bit more quickly. There we go, 50% faster. Let's have a look at the. There we go. Yeah, these are all negative numbers now, so we are gradually cleaning the area up all the way round. Yes, yeah, this seems to be okay. Yeah, they all look to be negative. Even this one's negative. Must be because it's drifting out faster than it's being produced. Actually, no, there are some scrubbers in that square as well. Yeah, okay, so there we go. We seem to be okay now. The biters are going to help clear up the stuff that's out here as well. It'll all drift. Yeah, I think things are basically okay now. Funny just seeing a stream of ore coming out of the mining drills. Yeah, it is. I've seen some of the. I've seen a few videos on probably on Reddit of people playing Factorio where they've got it coming out at an absolutely phenomenal rate. Let's kill that worm on the way past. Coming out at an absolutely phenomenal rate because they've done 1 million researches. I think there was one where it was there was a sort of an unofficial challenge on the Factorio subreddit at one point for seeing how fast a mine could how fast you get a mine going, presumably in creative mode, without basically if you could do absolutely anything you wanted. And I think the best one was somebody had a mine unloading directly into a railway wagon, and then many inserters unloading from that wagon. So, and it worked. So yeah, it was ridiculous, but it worked.
Well, you know what they say, if it's ridiculous but it works, then it ain't ridiculous.
You're not at the station. You should be at the station. There we go. No, forwards. Yeah. That's not quite what I don't think they quite say that, but it's I'm not going to dispute it. So, after all that time, we now have 5.3 thousand beryllium in this train, which is a start. And that is probably about one wagon load. 10, 24, 38, 48... No, just over a wagon. We've got just over a quarter of a train, despite all of that sort of... all of the time it's been running, all the effort that's been put in and so on. It's now got to just over a quarter of a train. So this may be a rather slow process, I'm afraid. It's going to take quite a long time for this train to actually fill up and be ready to go up top and unload up there. Oh well. Okay, Peter. Well, good night. Thanks for joining, etc., etc. We'll see you next week, and yeah, catch you then.
Bye, Peter.
Oh, I see. So the box it'll empty out into a box. Okay, I think I see what you mean. Right. So now I guess now I'm going to leave the coal thing in here because that's being turned into sulfur in quite small quantities. We'll take out the uranium. We'll take out the stone. What's going on here? Oh, that's the uranium being processed. That's fine. Take out the rare metals. Take out the iron and take out the copper. All of these are to be passed over and put. They decided to send all of this up in the same train, which will mean the train will run slightly more often, which is probably a good thing. Put all of this into here. And actually, given the speed this is coming through, I'm going to downgrade all of this to red belts. Well, this is red inserters anyway, so I can look at all of the. So I can look. Do you remember how I did it on Norvis, where we had the system where it was watching to see when all the belts were full, and it knew when all the belts were full, so was the train, unless the train had only just arrived. So I'll do it up at this end because that's going to be the one that reacts quickest. Oh yeah, I ran out of pylons, I remember. So we'll do that. So actually, these belts do all need to be blue, so that they'll empty quickly. And then I can get a red cable and run it across all of these. Bung, 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 to here, to here, to here. And then we can tell this one we want to send to train. Good. No, that's not how this works. We need to put that decider combinator in here first. Where are you? Where are you? Where are the... I had decider combinators in my pocket. There it is. And I was going to say I knew I had some of these, but I just couldn't find the blooming thing. Right, so put that there, and actually we'll correct that to go from there to there and there to there, rather than there to there. And now all of these should be read belt contents hold like that. You actually are not powered. Interesting. So we'll bring power in from over here. Who's getting destroyed? Mike.
Wait, what?
Oh no! No! It's not Mike. It's Marc. Bigrid.
Yeah. It's going to be fine.
Yeah, it's only a couple of bots.
I thought it was going to be me because I'm about to start Norvis doing
and
stuff.
You each.
Is there a way of working out which delivery cannons are aiming at which chests?
No.
No, you just got to remember, do you?
I have to go searching around to find which one it is.
A delivery
So
cannon that might not even exist anymore.
Oh, all right. So you've got a chest that might or might not be receiving stuff.
Well, it's not receiving stuff. I want to know why.
Ah, that way
Right,
So
around.
we're getting
this
everything.
chest here,
What's it not receiving?
vulcanite, the red stuff, the enriched vulcanite.
Sounds like a Laurence problem. I don't know which of his planets that's coming from.
With either Agnea or
Probably
Tashkent.
Agnea, I would guess. Sorry, I was just checking my everything's over here is working. Right, so when that goes to... When these get...
There's a
When
possibility.
Sorry, carry on.
There's a possibility it's the other one, and Taishikutan, and therefore that's why it's not working, because Taishikutan's expected to sort of grind.
No,
to a halt.
it's this gun, which has no
So it is.
delivery cannon
No capsules.
capsules. Interesting. Why are you sad? You're sad. No heat shielding. Heat shielding is supposed to be delivered by the looks of it. Yeah, it looks like the gun that's sending heat shield tiles over here isn't. That seems to be the problem. Hmm.
Yes, there is no heat shielding in that station.
It's
I'll
'cause
leave that in
these-
your capabilities.
These are disabled.
No. There might be a problem on that planet as well.
Yeah, so the 3 red log handle inserters were switched off. As in they rotated around so they weren't producing anything.
That will be because Laurence was disabling it to use the steel elsewhere.
Yes, the steel was being taken away to be used for barrels for getting rid of pyroflux and for nuclear power. So
It has stopped the whole of iridium production.
no,
No, so
no, it is
heat
supposed to be
shielding should be
receiving
being
heat
delivered.
shielding tiles from Norvis.
Oh, I see what you mean. Right.
However, a more sensible way to do it would probably be to circuit condition them to only run when there's a reasonable when steel is backed up.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah.
All right, I'll since I'm looking at it right now, I'll plug that in.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Oh, I've connected the wire. You want to?
Oh, I see what you're doing. Yeah, I suppose I could put it up there. When steel equals whatever it is on one of those. What does it must be 4, isn't it? Yeah. So if steel plate equals 4, then enable.
There we go. And I've now got small connect going in.
That should be a read and hold. There we go. Not Hoid, hold. Hoid is someone else entirely. Right. Did you fix the? Yeah, it looks. Did you fix the heat shield tile gun as well, Mike?
No.
Right. Okay. In that case, it may run out. It may well fail at some point in the future again, depending on how much. Well, it might be. It might be okay. It might not. No promises.
I'm
basically.
hoping that in not infinite future there will be a ship.
Yeah, that will be the next place where I go over to put in a ship. Yeah, certainly.
Thank you.
I think this just calls for one of these in the middle of here somewhere. Like that.
It's good old stone.
Yes, exactly, Doopy. So if so I can now say over here we're at Fluttershy, which needs renaming. What are we going to call this? Talos pickup. No, Talos bottom. I guess. So we're sending out to train, and so from Talos bottom we leave when circuit condition. What did I say? S, wasn't it? S for signal. S equal. No, that's an R, Laurence. That's an S. S equals 32. Train can go. Oh no, and delay and sticking. Inactivity does triggers quickly enough, doesn't it? So that should be fine. Yeah, that'll be fine. Yes. So, no, and that needs to be an and. So the train will turn up, and immediately stuff will get loaded into it. So the 5 seconds of inactivity won't trigger, because there'll be stuff on the belt. And then when the belt finally, and then at times when there's nothing coming through, it'll have the inactivity, but this won't be at 32 because there won't be anything on the belts. When the train is full, it'll back up all the way along the belts. There'll be 32 things across here, and then the train will depart. Yep, that should work nicely. So now we're on to... that one's half full. Yeah, it's filling up a bit quicker now because I'm putting a range of different types of nonsense into it. Yeah. I suppose I could split it up. I could just put the uranium in the back one. I could put the copper in this one, the iron in this one, and the rare metals in that one, and that would be basically everything. And that would mean it'd be slightly more efficient, but because we wouldn't have sort of 1 piece of uranium or 7 pieces of uranium in each wagon. But never mind. I don't care that much. It's a train. Trains are reasonably efficient. We're still getting gaps in the belts of beryllium coming in, which is a bit of a shame, but never mind. I'm not going to worry about that for now. This supply is looking slightly better. It's still not great, but it is at least coming through. Interestingly, we seem to pull some through over here as well, so this side has been feeding it off. Yes, downtown Talos, exactly. Yes, the train is still loaded. The beryllium cannons are still berylliuming because I haven't moved away from that yet. So I think that's okay. It will slow down the amount. It will mean it takes longer for us to get an actual spaceship full of it up top. But I think that's okay. I've stopped feeding the ores have stopped going into all of these cannons though. So the only ones left that are still firing are the ones that are actually delivering beryllium to places. And I think that's probably a good thing because it means that it means the system will carry on running while we're waiting for everything to get while we're waiting for the buffer to fill up basically. Let's get rid of this though, and you, and that. I'm going to have a lot of delivery cannons that I don't know what to do with. Oh, this belt here should also be merging with this one. Like that. Because we're just going to be sending the core fragments off to Norvis as well. Let's get rid of that. And along here, what else have we got? We've got iron, which we don't need anymore. Ah, that's... Where are you shooting at? Oh, nowhere. Okay, that's fine then. And then rare metals.
I got used to operating in space because I just had to dodge a train.
That is a common problem to have in space, yes, it's true. I might leave the... this in... What's going on here? Oops. That bit I did want. This is all a bit rubbish. Let's get rid of all of this. And then I can just drop one of these in somewhere right in the middle of all of this, and it'll just power absolutely blooming everything. So let's put it a bit further over this way. There we go. There we go. Now that power problems are now sorted for this whole area. That's much better. So these ones I'm going to leave in place because at the moment, what I'm doing at the moment is sending all of the stone over to be turned into sand, and then taking out the excess sand to turn into glass and shipping that off. This is a little bit silly, but it does work, and is not yet a problem. Actually, no. I mean, I suppose what I could do, maybe it'd be more sensible to monitor. Where am I? To monitor the amount of stuff in here, and rather than passing it off down this way, that when there's a shortage in there, then we actually let this system run, and so it'd be this bit here that be controlled, rather than turning all of the stone into sand. And then I'd have potentially a backup, and then eventually the stone would back up and could be passed out along here and just go straight into the spaceship. Tristan, would you be remotely upset if I stopped sending sand to Njord?
Say yes.
That sounds like a yes.
I'm probably going to need to start requesting it from...
I thought you already were, because you weren't necessarily getting enough of it through. What are you?
I don't remember where's delivering it.
Right.
But once we move to spaceships, I'll need to request it from Norvis anyway.
Yeah, okay. Right, so let's go from here, I suppose, to that. And then... How is any of this getting power from that one? I just can't get the signal down here. Let's undo. Which one was it? It was this one. Let's get rid of that one because I'm not sure which networks I've linked. And also that one because I don't actually want it. So from here, I'm just going to run down the belt because that is a way of sending signals a long distance. It's a silly way, but it does work. It means I'll have to go along and tell all these belts are actually, you know, just let stuff pass through, but it'll be fine. Where was I trying to get to? Hang on a minute. Oh yeah, I was trying to get to this chest down here. That's where I was trying to get. Right, okay. Confusion sorted. So this goes to there. And then we go along here and we say, just don't do anything. All you're there for is to pass a signal down, so I don't want you to do anything at all the way up here like this. And then you enable when sand is less than 2,000. I don't know, how much am I keeping in here as my buffer? 8,000. Alright. Let's pick a number. Let's go somewhere in the middle. Let's say when less than 5,000, that can run. So we'll keep. Yeah, that'll pour more sand through. When yeah, why are we getting no frames? Who's doing horrible things to the game?
Me. I'm doing combat.
You're doing. Oh right, you're doing combat with large, wide area explosives and things. Okay.
Yes.
Right. So that. Right, so let me explain what I've done here. Essentially, we've got this is my my sand buffer that makes sure there is an appropriate amount of sand kept in the system. So we're trying to keep this at 8,000. If there's an excess in here, it gets poured off down here to be disposed of. But all of the excess sand that comes out of these systems goes into there, and then we top it up with this stone supply. So what we were doing before is when this filled up, we're passing the extra sand off down here to send it off to Tristan on Njord, or to turn it into glass to ship to Norvis. Now what I'm doing is when that gets a bit too full, I'm simply not letting any extra sand come out of this pulverizer up here. So the sand will then back up along this belt, and will eventually then overflow and be sent down this belt over here. This is absolutely horrible, Tristan. How are you doing combat with this few frames? Oh, of course your frames will be absolutely fine, won't they? Because it's just mine that are being difficult.
I can turn it down if.
No, it's all right. I suppose it doesn't really matter. Probably. I take it back. It does matter. I can't even pick up belts properly with the frame rate being that low. Let's use the bots instead. It's what they're for. Right, so that means I can now come down here and get rid of basically all of this.
You can have heat shields on Novus.
Yes. Stone.
I picked up some radioactive stuff. What have I picked up? That can go for starters. Is that it? Or did I pick up some cooked as well? No, it seems to be it. Okay, that's fine. Just dump it straight into the train. It'll go away. Right, now all of this stuff. So this one, there's still several thousand sand in here that I would like to give to Tristan. If not, I could just send it over to Norvis, I suppose. Don't need that anymore, therefore don't need that. I'll maybe leave that in place for now. I don't know. I could just send it all back over to Norvis. That'd be easier. Let's do that. Let's be lazy. And then just tell you to run all the time, and you can run all the time. There we go. I'll get rid of all this sand. We'll turn it into glass. We'll ship it over to Norvis. It'll be gone. That's fine. I could tell this to run all the time as well. There we go. I think. Tell you to run all the time as well. Right, there we go. Just feed all that into this cannon now, and we'll work through this sand here and eventually get rid of it. So you're not getting any more sand from me, Tristan, from that particular gun. I don't expect this to particularly upset you.
I'm devastated.
Right, so that's cleared that area up a little bit now. Got rid of a load of the excess. Now, there you go. You can see the stone has now filled up this entire half belt, and is therefore now being passed through round a bypass, and also being sent over to the train to be shipped out that way. The rest of this I'll probably just leave because it's working, and we might want a few delivery cannon capsules for I don't know what, but in the future we may decide we want to ship out some beryllium by delivery cannon, so that can go okay. Yeah, this is fine. This backup along here, Jeremy, is expected. That means we've stopped turning all of it into sand up at the top because we've got enough sand, and so it's expected to back up all the way to here, which means now we've got the priority thing is now sending it back along here to go into the train to be sent up to orbit and dealt with up there. So yes, this is fine, as they say on the internet. This bit can also be removed once we've got rid of that extra supply of sand. Okay, so that's, I think, some cryonites come down. Okay, apparently some cryonites come down here. I think that must have been unloaded from my pockets, because I don't think I had that anywhere else. That was Talos? Where was that? Show me. Okay, that new mine. Yeah, the new mine I built that we were saying, oh, that one will that one be able to keep up? And I said yes, it can. Apparently, it can't. We've had an attack, and some bots have been wrecked. That was not where I wanted to look at. Probably should put gates over there. So how bad is the pollution over here? It's not that bad, but there does seem to be a certain amount of leakage, which is not what I was expecting to happen. Given all of these, why are these not working? Oh, I dragged, so none of these are working. None of these filters are working because I just dragged down. Actually, all of these ones. No, these ones are not working. They're filling up with. Yeah, I just dragged across, and so that meant it overwrote all of the splitters. The inserters, with ones that were pointing in the same direction as the first one. That said, and it should have still. I don't know whether it should have been working or not. And those two are okay.
I kind of feel we should have a non-nuclear artillery train on Norvis. So you use the nuclear one for clearing out the nests, and then you switch to the other one for bombarding the worms.
Oh, and up here as well. Yeah, I can see the sense in that. Right. There we go. That should now do significantly more cleanup, and hopefully keep all the pollution inside here. Oh, map. There we go. It's still only at minus 0.16 a minute, but it is, yeah, that amount of pollution is dropping down to being basically zero very, very quickly. So we do have a certain amount of pollution outside the outpost now, but it looks like we're doing a fairly good job of cleaning up inside. Not quite as much. We could do with a bit more on the top here, really. Unfortunately, and I don't think there's going to be. I don't think there's going to be the stuff out here to build any more of these. Might need to head over there, I guess. Yeah, that's true. I could just blow up some nests. That would be a good way to temper. Well, I don't know. Would it? It wouldn't really help with the problem all that much because it would just cause more attacks and less pollution absorption. But let's blow them up anyway. There we go. Problem solved. Hello, Madman. Welcome. Yeah, maybe I should.
As a note, Laurence, make sure you mention it if you're actually going to go out and fight yourself.
Okay. No, I've just lobbed some nukes out, so I'm just adding to the problem at the moment.
Yep.
Now, the question is, which way will they go? Will they charge this wall, or will they go a little bit higher up? I think I am gonna head down over there. I'm not gonna get too close, but I'm gonna stand back in a position where I could use my oh, that's the uranium. Where I can use my personal laser defenses to add to the defenses, basically. Yeah, this frame rate is a treasure. Tristan is out basically nuking absolutely everything he can find, and he's just completely. Admittedly, I'm doing a little bit of the same. But yeah, he's just absolutely tanked the frame rate. Even more so than normal.
All right.
And it is just bots getting
It's these
destroyed at the moment.
worms that just survive so many nukes to the face.
Oh no! What's happened? Help! I was killed by frame rate there. I'm putting that down as killed by frame rate.
Left in the chat. Notice the excuses starting already.
Yeah, I thought my plan there was to go over and land on the land where I would just about be set safe on the inside of the base, on inside of the outpost, but because of the frame rate, I overshot it, and then got my face eaten.
Can I replace my deaths for by frame rate deaths as well?
No, because it wasn't. None of yours were caused by poor frame rate. Were they?
Some of them were. Actually, in fairness, quite a few were caused by lag at various points.
I was going to say, how can any of your deaths be caused by poor frame rate? You've got the fastest computer out of any of us.
Because when people do things which are quite big or blueprinty or whatever, lag still happens.
That's lag rather than frame rate.
Okay.
But I sort of see what you mean in that there's a similar element of kind of not your fault.
Controls on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I historically I just said, you know what I could have done was something different, which would have changed the outcome, which means that I'm going to take some responsibility for it.
Yeah, I suppose similarly for me, I should have stopped slightly sooner and made sure I touched down before, well, in the middle of the outpost, and then sort of snuck up close, slowly. Or possibly I just straight up shouldn't have gone here in the first place, since apparently I wasn't necessary, since the base seems to have survived even with me, even without me. So where did I land? I assume it's in somewhere amongst these biters. I'm now trying very, very hard to not get myself run over, because that'd be even more embarrassing. Oh, it's down there. Oh, yes. Oh, that's interesting. I was on the inside of the wall.
Yeah, spitter.
Yeah, there's a gap in the wall. Well, spitters can't spit over walls.
Really? Can't they?
No.
Not in this mod set.
Okay, fair enough.
In vanilla they can.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I'm fairly sure they can, but yeah, okay, fair enough.
Oh, it's put the wrong suit on. Try that one instead. Try that one on for size. There we go. Oh, I left all the wall somewhere else. And apparently all my repair packs somewhere else? I definitely remember...
The stuff you loaded into the train?
Yes, and then took it out again and put it into some chests instead. Oh, there's another bit of wall missing down here. Yeah, it's the combat mechanics that stops the spitting over walls. I think it's yes. So it is indeed definitely not. The biters definitely can't spit over the walls. I don't think 5 repair packs is going to be enough for all of this.
Do we have combat mechanics? I'm just looking down the mod list. I don't. Oh no, yes we do. Combat mechanics overhaul.
Yeah.
10.6.24.
Yep. So that's why normally you can just hide behind a wall and the spit won't come to you until the wall disintegrates like it did there. Oh, I have no frames. Tristan, goodness sake, you slow the game down if you're going to do that, please, because it is becoming unplayable.
Yeah.
It's sort of when it gets to the point where I can't even build things, it's a bit too much. Why are you? Oh yeah, there's a pylon in the way. Let's put that there. That there. Yeah, maybe time for the CPU upgrade. I should put in a Twitch goal of enough money to buy a new CPU. I should get some more
Mark.
walls and go and
Yes.
place those.
Do you have a blueprint of that artillery outpost, artillery train outpost thing you made?
Maybe.
Place to park the artillery train that's surrounded by lasers,
Yeah.
just in case.
I.
Oh, it was over here. That's the box I put all these things in. Yeah, I've noticed that it seems to be streaming that tanks my frame rate, because if I
No.
when I'm doing single player because I'm recording a video, I can get about 50 frames
Oh, yeah.
per second.
There
UPS,
is one
rather.
in the Rails
And
blueprint book.
rails. Ah, yes. Thank you.
And I think we did some testing where I tried running the game without. I couldn't bring more repair packs. Where we tried running the game without, and me joining the server without streaming, and again that was basically okay. It seems to actively be the streaming that's the problem. So I am sort of tempted to build a streaming computer, as in one that takes the video from my main computer, and then is the one that connects to YouTube and Twitch and so on. But I haven't yet, obviously. Well, yes and no, Jeremy. You're saying a CPU upgrade would be just pushing the problem down the road. It would only if I still have the slowest CPU. So at the moment, we've got Tristan hosting because he actually does have the slowest computer, and so in theory, if you have the server running on the slowest computer, then the game automatically just sort of speeds up and slows down as applicable to keep the game running at the speed the slowest computer can run it at. The problem is that even though mine is faster, apparently the extra load of running the stream is enough to cause it to suffer, and so it brings my effective speed below his actual speed, and so when he's running it as fast as his computer can run, that is faster than my computer can run it and stream at the same time. And that's why we're having problems. So if I upgraded to the point where my computer was more than fast enough that even when I'm streaming, it's still faster than his, then it would be absolutely fine. I mean, the UPS would drop, yes, and the game would run a little bit more slowly, but nobody would get the sort of that sort of level of slowdown. Ooh, one of the wagons is filled up. Yeah, exactly, Yukito. That's what I was thinking. I mean, I do have another computer in here, the one that I was using as a server beforehand a while back, and I've sort of stopped bothering now because I don't really need it at the moment. If I got a video capture card for it, it's possible it would be fast enough to do to work as the other side of the stream box. I'd need to have quite a careful think about how I'd route all of my DVI cables around though, because that's going to get a little bit complicated. But I'm sure I could manage something. Right, what was I doing? Ooh, my space elevator has run out of cable.
Yeah, mine did that earlier.
It's now down to
As in, doesn't have enough rather than.
Yeah, it hasn't collapsed,
Has
but
zero.
it's not yet.
The ship with the cables is on its way.
So what did you say? Did you say it's on its way? Or it's...
Yep.
Okay.
It's, I think, 2 minutes out.
Oh, so is that the same Beryllium ship as the one before? You've just pulled it back in and reloaded it?
Yes and no. So I renamed it, so it's the same name, same ship design, but it's a different ship ID.
Okay, that's fine. All right, cool. Where was my train of thought? Yes, now I think it's about time to. Well, we'll let the train actually fill up, and then we'll go back up to Norbit and start building the system up there to deal with all the stuff that's coming through. So when that happens, you're then to go to Talos up. And then at the top of that, you ought to then go to a station that doesn't have a name at the moment. Talos Orbit. Well, it does have a name. It's called Gauntlet Wizard, of all things. And then you ought to wait there I don't even know. Until you have to wait there until you have less than 0 beryllium hydroxide, just because I want it to stay there. Then you have to go to Talos down, and that'll bring it back around to here. And we'll worry about exactly what happens up here in a moment. HDMI splitter might make sense. Yeah, I already have an HDMI splitter, or no, switch technically, in order to allow me to have both my work computer and my personal computer plugged into this using the same set of monitors. So yeah, I could daisy chain another one of those splitters in there. I suppose that's probably the sensible way to do it. Actually, it would be the lowest latency. Right. So this train should automatically leave. So let's leave it and wait and see if it does. Up in Talos orbit, I'm going to need to have a load of space stuff up here. So we'll have space unloaders here, 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 and then
This is where you're... So basically the beryllium ship arrived, so where do you want to park it?
I don't know yet. Probably just leave it unparked for now, and I'll work it out in a minute, because right now I haven't decided. I'm just sort of vaguely designing things, and I'll see how much space I need for all of it.
So you want to design the station and the spaceport, or should I do that?
I'm designing the station at the moment.
Okay.
You can do the spaceport if you want.
I'll just park the ship here and...
And a bit further over to the right, maybe over here would be better. my sort of vague idea was have one ship come in over on that side and have the other ship come in over on the other side. Although, come to think of it, they all load from the left, don't they? So that wouldn't work. So we'll have one above the other.
It's all left.
Because there's going to be two ships coming in. One that gets all of the one that gets the actual resource that's being shipped out, and one that gets the junk.
Yeah, I was thinking about if I was just gonna accept basically everything in the ship and sort it out at the station.
Oh, in that case, yeah, sure. By all means, that'll make the system absolutely trivial. Okay, I'm fine with that. Makes my life much easier. Right, this is all filled up. Why is the train not going? 32S. S equals 32. Oh, it's not an automatic mode, is it? That's why. Okay, let's go back into manual mode. Let's back up a little bit, and then make sure everything's working. So we stop here. Got an S of 32. Good. So we now have the 5 seconds of inactivity. That's a very long 5 seconds, for obvious reasons, of course. But all right, and then the train departs. This all looks good so far. Quickly X-ray the cargo to make sure it's all acceptable to go up there. Alright, and then that comes into here and stops, and bloop, it starts to unload. Nice. So along here, I'm wearing the wrong suit. There we go. Why is the screen going red? I haven't picked up any uranium, I thought. So we will load in, and along here we need to load batteries and unload batteries. Okay, put that there, not there. These come along, so right, these come along here. And how are you, okay, I see you've completely ignored where I said to park the spaceship, but never mind.
I mean, it's a spaceship. We can just...
Yeah, it doesn't really matter, to be honest. How are you expecting? Oh, you're expecting the what do you call it? The cables and stuff to be unloaded by bot.
Yes.
Okay. Tut. I mean, all right. Along here, where are my battery? That's Tesla gun ammo. Where are my chargers for the train batteries? Did I not? If I left them somewhere stupid? Oh no, they're in here. That's not somewhere stupid. That's just that'll do. Grab them. These go along here somewhere. Replace that with one of these. Okay, makes everything a bit easier. Get rid of that. Duff batteries come out of there, and then along the top of here we can have inserters to load up the battery chargers. This is probably far more of these than I need, so let's get rid of that one because it's in the way. And along here we should put in a requester chest. And then I should use loaders like this. And set this one to request. Oh wait, are you bringing out charged or flat batteries? Let's have a look.
Charged.
Okay. How convenient. Then you can therefore be logistic request battery.
So
Not
you
called batteries.
don't
Charge
have
pack
the
or
building
something.
materials here.
Pardon?
You don't
Charge
have.
No, what
Enough.
much? Pardon, Mark.
Yeah, you don't have enough building materials here. Like scaffolding and so on.
That's possible. You're also way outside my my construction area. Oh, I see.
the
Okay.
bottom
Oh,
part
no,
should
that
be.
bit isn't. Yes, you're quite right. Yes, I think you're probably right. No, there's some in it. There's 300 over here. In fact, the system. There's 12,000. There's plenty of scaffolding.
Okay.
It's just the bots
That
are being
just
lazy by the
started.
looks of it.
Yeah.
Bots have a bad habit of being lazy. So, are you going to have another? Basically, you're going to have 3 warehouses on the outside of the of here. So
Yes, on both
just want-
sides.
so have some belts. I'll put in a. I'm trying to think what the best way to cable this all this up would be, or to belt all this up would be, because I'm going to have at least a multiple of 4 belts coming out of the train. I could send them up and put passing through a 4-to-3 splitter and then just load up all 3 warehouses like that. That's probably the best way to do it. So let's take this. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll bring this across here like that, and then just join. I'll just join in once you've built everything up there. Oh yes, and I need to start thinking about the. Oh, hang on. How am I going to only unload the stuff I want to get rid of here? I suppose I could just put in a second. I could be lazy and just put in a second station for loading up with the for loading the cryonite and stuff into the train. How many things are there coming out of this? Beryllium, copper, iron, rare metal, uranium. No, it's too many. Too many for the filters that you can put onto one of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, maybe not too many. Beryllium, iron, copper, stone, uranium, rare metal. No, 6. Okay, I can't do that then. The second
We appear
station
to
is
be
going to
low
be
on
the easiest way
vulcanite.
to do it. Sorry?
On Norvis. We appear to be low on vulcanite on Norvis.
Okay.
And pyroflux.
Right, sorry, I was half listening. Let's have a look and see if I can work out why. Have we started using it faster, do you think? Because it might just be that we...
I don't know.
No, there are no delivery cannon capsules. What? Tristan! Or whoever was messing... No, Mike, sorry, Mike.
Like,
Hmm?
I'm
Yeah,
trying to work
it's
out.
fine.
It's not. You've broken Norvis.
You didn't see nothing. Well, no, because there's no delivery cannon capsules going past there anyway.
There would have
That
been
was the
one...
problem.
That was the... Eh?
Yeah, but it's because we're out of a load of other stuff. Yeah, I backed up for a little bit so that I could get my Vulcanite through.
Yeah, but you spectacularly broke the Norvis by taking all the delivery cannon capsules away from the Vulcanite process shipping. Which is kind of useful. I mean, on one hand, doing things like that, not the end of the world, just don't leave it like that.
Yeah, I was only doing it for a few minutes.
However
few
long it
minutes,
was
like an hour ago.
However long it was you
Okay.
did it for was far too long, because the Vulcanite supply on Norvis failed. However, on that subject, we still don't have any delivery. It's still a problem because we don't have any heat shield tiles coming in. So it's presumably that was a stone problem, wasn't it?
Yes, I've put in a
Oh,
new
and
stone.
your thing here's backed up on copper.
That's fine.
Acceptable. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that can back up all it likes, and any more copper will just go down the overflow. Which
No,
admittedly
so-
doesn't have any way to deal with it.
But it's backed up all the way up to.
Oh yeah,
The
you're
copper
right.
does-
That is,
the
yeah,
whole-
you're right. That is
the thing is
that
balanced
whole
by
of
copper.
everything's backed up.
It is. You're quite right. Why is that broken?
It's because you
It's
butchered
because you
Mark's
haven't got
design.
heat shield tiles.
Oh, almost certainly, yes. I'm just. Oh, let's.
So because I've had a bit of a look at it, if you can get the copper flowing, it works. So, yes, that way just did there's a way to do it.
It's not ideal, but yeah, it does work.
Yeah.
I don't think I have. Oh, it might be because other things are coming in as. Maybe yes, probably because the low density structures are being brought in. Do low density? Yes, low density structures require steel as well, but. I have to admit,
As soon as you get more heat shields in from anywhere, that will produce delivery cannon capsules which will pull the copper through.
Yes, but will it pull enough copper through? I'm not convinced it will.
Yes, because
Yeah.
if you can either receive everything or nothing, and so it will self-balance, so that it'll get to the point of working
Probably,
again.
yeah, probably, yes, it should. Yes, I think you're right. I think that should be all right. Okay, so it is just down to the heat shield tile problem then.
Yep.
I'll pull a bit more of the copper through just to get this flowing again, because it would be nice. It would be nice to have to make sure we have a nice supply. Well, actually, there's 38,000 Vulcanite in there, so we're not doing too badly for that. So how
Yeah,
far
just
did you
have
say
to
you
burn
got with
through it.
with fixing it so it'll actually work, Tristan? How are we doing with the
I've put in a new stone mine. A stone train is heading to Stone Drop somewhere. I don't know what Stone Drop, but because heat shielding requires stone bricks.
And those are supposed to be being produced. Hang on, those are supposed to be being produced in
Yeah.
massive quantities by Marc's facility.
Yes, but only if they're stone.
Only if the stone. Yeah, fair.
I'm not 100% convinced it works because there's two trains, and I think that will end up with the far one basically being blocked.
So, what was where was all the stone going? Because we had a lot of stone. Some of it is going. Some of it, granted, some of the stone bricks down here are being made into green circuits. Granted. And we're filling up green and red circuits at the moment, so we're getting through a lot. Probably getting through quite a bit of stone for that. But it just seems astonishing that stone could be our problem.
And there's a bunch of areas of stone bricks on the floor that I'm tempted to rip up.
Yeah,
But they'd have to be.
but then
they'd have to be
wouldn't
told
get to the
to
right
put
place
people
there, then would they?
somewhere.
So
Yeah.
unless we make all of the unless we make this
Yellow
into a green
chest,
warehouse.
Yeah.
Or yellow, or... Yeah.
It can't be... If it's a yellow warehouse, then they'll get taken away as well.
Yeah. Blue warehouse.
Which messes up the bus. Because of how we've designed it.
Oh, true.
Oh no, that's a green one there. So as long as it's a blue, but not requesting from green chests.
Oh yeah, that's
That
possible.
might be fine.
Yeah, so we can then just rip up all of the stone bricks that are scattered around the rest of the factory. And put them back into the system. So in a way, we could think of all these bricks. Actually, this is concrete over here. All the bricks that Marc's been putting down on the floor as just being a sort of a somewhere to stockpile the stone for a while until we need it elsewhere. Why are there so many filters on this belt?
Was it very polluted?
No, I mean the belt of clean filters seems to be is full. It's not having the sort of the only having 50% put on it. I guess it's, the idea is because you put the dirty ones on the other side of it.
Don't know.
Mark, is that you've been the one who's been playing with that? Is that deliberate?
Where? What?
This belt is a solid half belt of filters.
Yes, I changed that end of last stream because we were basically not getting any clean fillers through the
The belt is so long. There's so many.
Yeah, the belt that's coming back in, I would say, is probably slightly less than half full, so that does make sense. Okay, just thought I'd check because it looked surprisingly full, and I went what? And then I went and sort of looked into why. So yeah.
Yep.
There's a lot of warehouses in the system, but never mind.
The filter system?
Yeah, but never mind.
Yeah, because sometimes, they
all come back.
they all come back, yeah. Basically, that's it.
Yeah.
An empty warehouse is presumably not really much of an issue. It's when you have them with loads of stuff in.
I don't know.
My understanding.
Yeah. It's something about the game having to scan all the way through the warehouse to decide where to put things. So I think even an empty one might be difficult because when you try and put something into it, it has to scan all the way through it to see if there's a half stack available somewhere to put it onto.
I don't know.
No, nor do I. A train of stone just arrived at the stone brick making area, so that's flowing through.
I have moved the train from the low density structure, so not low density structures, heat shielding. So that one will go first, while I think about putting in a
okay, that's the one
station for it to. Yeah, that one.
The one's called Cobalt Core.
Sure.
All right. Okay, so that'll help. We do still need to think about what's caused the problem to happen in the first place. Why we were so short of stone? Whether it is due to the carpeting or whether it's due to a shortage of supply.
Circuits will have been taking priority over.
Yeah.
Because
they're so close. Presumably.
And yeah, they've essentially got a trainee, so it's just the closer one was being allowed to come back.
Oh, okay.
Each time.
Right.
And so the one for heat shielding was blocking that station.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll see how it goes, I suppose. How much stone is there in the core mining? Well, there's another train picking up stone already. And there is about a train's worth in the station, and the train is half full. So there's a good flow of stone coming out of here. I guess we're just using it even faster. So.
How's the rare metals at the moment? Are we still making landfill out of it?
Not right now, no. But we aren't. There's nothing being pulverized. There's no core chunks being pulverized at the moment, and there's a load of trains queuing up because the one at the front can't go anywhere.
Oh well.
Yeah, basically.
Tristan, regarding the junk ship, so junk return by a spaceship. I was thinking either to have have it on a train or just dump it onto our junk belt.
Train is probably sensible.
Okay.
And yeah, if it's on a 121 train, then it can just go down the elevator.
I was going to say it could just go straight down
And-
the elevator and then come back up the elevator without stopping at a ground
Yeah.
station.
Okay.
No, it has to stop at the ground station to drop stuff off. But yeah,
Not
no
a
other
ground loading station.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. Oh yes, I was going to put in an additional station here, wasn't I? That was where I was going before I was so rudely accused of having broken the vulcanite, whatever it was. Yes, vulcanite. This feels kind of gross, but never mind. And I've built it too far. Right, there we go. So now the train can come from this station over to this station because I'm being lazy. Except I can't build an empty space because of course I can't. Station. And then we'll have the belts that come down from here once Marc has finished building the system to work however it works. And go from there. I suppose I should go over and put in that pylon he's asking for because otherwise he's not going to get very far with that.
I actually sent my building ship to do that.
Okay. I'll get back in my box then. Alright, gonna need scaffolding in. Let's put it all the way across here. I'm gonna be lazy about this. There we go. I've got plenty of it. Oh, still doesn't quite reach. Oh yeah, I can do the batteries to the train, that's a good idea. Thank you for the reminder, I had completely forgotten I'd only half done that. So put that along there like that, and there we go, we can charge the batteries up. Doomp. That one's going to request up to 50, yeah, that's good. Are you in a... Yes, you are in an orange robo area, that's interesting. This one isn't at the moment because we're doing the building, but it will be eventually. Are these going to get built? I don't know. Talos orbits. Talos orbits. Yes, they are. Awesome. Norvis.
I stopped combat a while ago.
It was a couple of bots, I think, just getting shot down by something.
Yeah, they're flying over worms.
Oh yeah, of course, junk batteries. Forgot about that. Thank you. So that's going to be just send out the space train charge power packs, and we'll move this belt. Out this way a bit. Okay. I was wondering what time it was because I could feel myself starting to I don't know. I can feel the symptoms of tiredness. Basically, is what I'm thinking. But it's a little too early for that. I'm going to dump junk batteries onto the onto the belt as well. So hopefully they can be dealt with at the other end.
Okay,
Because
that's a Marc question then, because they can't come down to Norvis.
Okay.
Well, they will be. I'm just dumping it.
That's not just a dump system then.
Yeah, I don't really have anything else I can do with them from this end, unfortunately.
Okay, I can put another station up by the top of the elevator.
That just
That sort of
unloads
area.
just unloads the few things that aren't allowed to go down it.
No, yeah, I could just do it with inserters with stuff blacklisted.
Yeah,
I could
that
no,
makes
I,
sense.
I could when I'm sorting here at my unloading station, I could filter them out and dump them on the scrap belt.
Just put
That'd be good.
put,
Yeah, we've already got a system to deal with them there, so it makes sense.
put cores and each of the ores into the train, and everything else onto the scrap belt.
Yep.
I've got a few things I want to put into the train just to get or into the system to get rid of, but they've been processed too much, like sand and iron plates and copper plates and rare metals. Obviously, I won't because they don't belong in there. But I was just thinking they're just resources that I want to get rid of, but I can't from I can't get rid of them like that. But that's fine.
You may get a bit of lag in a moment. It shouldn't be a lot because it's just shooting at worms.
Okay, I'm not doing anything too difficult. I'm doing stuff from the navsat at the moment, so it's not too difficult. Right, so presumably Marc is going to have a warehouse. It'd have to be 1, 2 away like that. So I need to fit a 4 to 3 splitter in here.
No, one more.
One more? Oh, you need 3, do
Yep.
you?
Yep.
Okay.
Loader, belt, underground.
Okay. Oh yeah, for the turning it off.
Yep.
Right. Blueprints. Balancer book. This of course isn't going to work. Because these are all blue, but because I'm going to have to redo this by brain, which is going to be difficult. I'm not going to get this right.
There's a worm here, and the bots are flying in 2 lines on either side of it, giving it a wide berth, so it's not shooting any of them.
How very sensible of them. Don't get used to it. Don't get used to the bots being sensible, though.
Bizarre. That's the last one. Presumably that is the distance 2 roboports are apart.
Yeah, I assume
each
so.
charged up.
Right, so again, I'm going to need a... how much have we got? Okay, not a huge amount, that's fine. So we need all the belts coming out of here. They can then come down here to where we'll have 2 warehouses about here and here. Sure, I'll do. We need 3 to 2 balancer is easy. I can design that one off the top of my head. This was supposed to have a filter or something weird on the side like that. Probably was it doing that? I can't remember what that blueprint I was looking at but did. Okay. So then there's... I can't remember what it looked like. I know there's that coming out of there, going back over here, I think. Should I say I know? I don't know. Can I just leave that open there while I... Oh, I can. Awesome. Okay, that's going to make this... That's going to actually make this possible then. So put that in the wrong place, and therefore that and that and that. Right, let's try and get this correct. So from this, that one goes into there. There's a piece of belt goes across like that, and then there's a balancer there, and then one there and one there. We need an underground going through here like that. Yes, because this one just goes straight through the bottom there, and then from here that comes up and into here. This one goes up into there, and then we have our 3 coming out like this. And so we're going to need a bit more. So we're going to do about that. That's there. There we go. And then there's a third one of these up here like that. So, and I've left a small gap there, which I want to fill in as well. Right, so this then comes...
Please don't connect the warehouses yet.
Yep, I won't. There's a roboport in the way anyway, so I can't right now until a little bit more construction's happened. That goes there, and there, and there.
Oh, you can just bring everything in at the bottom one.
Oh, okay. Oh, in that... if I'd known that, I wouldn't have bothered with all this split and balancer nonsense.
Yep, just dump it in the first one.
Let's just not put those there. Let's put them along the bottom like this. Even though it's going to mean doing this. That was some unfortunate lack of planning. I say unfortunate, it just means there's a kink in the belts. There we go. So bring all this across here. And dump it straight into the bottom there and get rid of all that and that. And I suppose that means you can get rid of all of this as well. And this bit. And this bit. Right, okay, there we go. That's basically done. We just need to demolish the roboport and link the belts up when we're ready to actually start passing stuff through here. Close, go away. 30. Yeah, we lowered it to 30 UPS because Tristan was doing difficult stuff and it was struggling. We can probably put that back up again a little bit. Yeah, as I was saying earlier, it's all about it's the streaming that wrecks it so much. So I think I do need to seriously consider putting in getting hold of a capture card and putting together a streaming computer. We've looked at Showtime usage. It's not particularly interesting. It doesn't show anything. I wasn't able to get any particularly useful information out of it. If you want to take a screenshot of it and then tell me where all the problems are, although I accept the problems are quite possibly hidden behind the user interface up there. Let's see if we can hide mod GUIs. There we go. There you go. There's all of your information. Take a screenshot of it and then let me know what it is that's causing the problems, and we'll see if we can improve on it. Marc?
Yes.
Are you sure this is going to work? Are we not just going to end up with vulcanite or cryonite filling up the bottom warehouse and not letting anything else in? Potentially.
Say again?
I suspect that this system is going to... Oh, actually, hang on. Have you? No, you haven't. I feel like this system is going to end up with just one, with the bottom warehouse being full, only having one of the products in. So, for example, if I start pulling vulcanite out of it now, I think it looks like it's going to be cryonite will flow into it to replace it. So eventually, the bottom warehouse will run out of vulcanite, and the vulcanite in the upper two warehouses won't flow down in to replace it. So
yes,
then
it's
there'll
not
be a problem.
But you're requesting all of it down to the planet, aren't you?
Yeah, but I don't know if all of it's going. Well, maybe all of it is going to arrive down on the planet. Actually, come to think of it. Yeah, that's good. That's a point. I think.
Yeah. So the question is your train downstairs? Is that a sushi train? So we'll
No,
just
I'm going to put the one in the front, one in the back, half of it. So
okay.
so the bottom ones might as well be filtered. The rest of them, Tristan has a good point there that we're just going to be asking for all of everything all of the time. So, well, sorry, we're going to be asking for a specific amount of everything. So it should be okay. Probably. Who's getting blown up? Norvis. Do we have a concave base, Tristan?
Yeah, a bit.
That might be the problem right there.
I'm in the process of dealing with it.
Okay.
They're not flying over nests. They're flying over remnants of nests.
Right. Okay. Where there's still worms there.
Yeah.
Right, there's the... let's just make sure those are the right way round. This isn't Talos, this isn't Talos, this isn't Talos, this is Talos. So we have Vulcanite at the back, Cryonite at the front. So of course these are all wrong. It was a 50-50, and they were all wrong. There we go. Right, so now we can flow that down here. That'll fill up these things, and then from here... Oh, I need to put in a station. That would help. This isn't long enough. I haven't put this in the right place. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Oop, no, not that. Cut like that. There we go. Jump. And okay, so I do want to put the station in there because I haven't left room to put it anywhere else. I think I want to get rid of that as well. So I need to extend out to about there. Probably not quite to here, actually, but we'll start with this much. And then we can put this in. Okay, so those are the two railway locomotives, and so this will go about here. That's not enough. I should have put these a little bit further apart. So I put that there. I can have two. Put that there. Get rid of that. Bit more scaffolding. I can finish off from there. Yeah, but how do you track down which entity? Oh, there's entity time usage is the other one, isn't it? So we can do that. And go, who is to blame for all of this? Assembly machines are quite a high number. That's greater than 0. Greater than 1. Roboports are a little bit high, but other than that, I mean, and radar's pinging up above 1 sometimes. Does that look remotely helpful? Still not far enough, for goodness sake. radar is. I feel like radar. Yeah, radar sort of is unnecessary. But on the other hand, when we don't have it, I find I miss it a bit. So when I'm looking around on Talos, sometimes I'm on map view, I'll zoom in and it won't work, and I go, so yeah, radar isn't completely useless, I wouldn't say. We seem to run out of space belts though.
Yep, I'll send my ship back.
All right, thank you. So it goes there, and then stay in navsat mode. That goes there. Then down here, I'm tempted to just have one for each wagon, like that. Actually, let's go for 2. Let's load the train twice as quickly as at a slightly better rate. Right, there we go. Yeah, I do like the sound of the ships departing or arriving. The little wha-thump sound. Right, okay, so there we go. This will pass all of the stuff down into the warehouses down here, and then when the train's over here, it'll grab it. Part of me thinks I don't really need these. You don't even need these warehouses. I could just have a. In fact, let's get rid of these warehouses because there's warehouses up there to store it all. So get rid of those. And then here I'll just put in 3 to 2 balances. I can manage that one off the top of my head, I think. Find out in a second whether I can do it off the top of my head. So get rid of all of that. And then we say, so we have 4 inputs like that. And it's a 3 to... Hang on. I can't remember how 3 to 2 works. I was thinking of a 4 to 3. I can do a 4. Can I do a 4 to 3? Maybe I can't even do a 4 to 3. I don't remember. Let's look at the balances. So this is a 3 to 2. Okay.
What are you trying to do? You can just use 4 loaders or 3 loaders?
That's a good point, actually. Why don't I just? Yeah, why don't I
Why don't you just
two,
connect them?
2 belts? Yes, yes, you're right. I'm being an idiot. Let's get rid of all of this then, and all of this, and all of this, and then just plumb these belts in here. Yes, since it's coming straight out of a warehouse, there's no point in doing all of this nonsense. Any sort of balance of nonsense. It's the whole it's the whole reason why we've got so many warehouses in the first place. Is because it's much easier to do that. It's much easier to have it just come straight out of a warehouse and into your train than bother with any balances. Yes, so there we go. That's going to sort it. The only slight downside is that there's going to be quite a bit on these belts, but I don't think it's going to be that much, so I don't think it matters. How are you thinking of making sure that we get the right amount of this stuff brought over?
The signal you are gonna send me?
Yes, but it's going to need to be 2 signals. It's going to need to be one from ground level on Talos, and one from space, and you add the 2 together.
No, I don't care about the ground level one. So basically, I want 1 signal with the amount that is supposed to be in the next ship.
Yeah, but I do care about. I care about the amount of cryonite and vulcanite that's in the Talos system, so both Talos orbit and on the ground, because I'm going to have a train that's bringing it down as fast as it can, shoving it into the warehouses on the ground, and so I want to say I want the amount that's there to be 5,000 of each, say, just to pick a number out of the air, and so when it's dropped off by the ship up top, I don't want the ship to then go, there's still none on the ground, I'll bring another 5,000 out, or for it to have gone down to the ground. I suppose I could say we could have another transmitter receiver set that says only load the train up until it's got the amount that's wanted on the ground. But I think it'd be simpler we could have 2 transmitters, one in space, one on the ground, that's connected to that are on the same signal, so they're both sending out to the same receiver. So the receiver will then add the two together. There might be a little bit of funny business might happen with some being in transit on the way, but I think that'll work quite nicely. So let's put in a signal transmitter. Signal transmitter. Oh, it's up here. Signal transmitter here, and then another one down on the ground, which is over here. It's put me in the wrong place again. So over here, yeah, we'll need here we go. This one. So it's called default. That's helpful.
The bottom one, space ship to Talos orbit, I think.
From Talos orbit, I think. Yeah, from Tal orbit, I think I called it.
No, it's a spaceship to Talos orbit.
Oh, you've created one, have you? Okay.
Yep.
Right. Okay. Spaceship to Talos orbit. Right. Gotcha. Okay, so that's that one. And I need to hook it up to these two warehouses. So you should be seeing 4 cryonite now. Oh, and I need to put in a negative on this. I need to put in a constant combinator. Let's do that down here. I don't think there's going to be any. Oh no, there is one. Awesome. I approve. Back up here, we also want to have this. I want to have that one, and that's also going to be on the spaceship to Talos orbit channel, and that's going to be linked up to all of these. I'm using a green cable. Oh no. Oh, I've got to use a green cable because you're using the red already. That's problematic. So I'll change the one on. Stop putting me over here. Change the one over here on the ground to also be green cable. So the signals are coming on green cables, it turns out, because you've already used the red one.
I've discovered something that you may find interesting. So in decommissioning the pre-power on Kothar.
Just think, I would rather we switch them out on this setup here. So that to have the red cable as a requester, as we have on all transmitters.
Oh, okay.
I'll do it quickly.
Okay. All right. You do that side. I'll do the one down on the ground. And put it back over to red again. I think we possibly don't have those. We don't have a constant combinator down here because I think. Oh, wait a minute. Words are hard. Oh no, we don't have one. It just wasn't telling me about it down here because for some reason. It is now. Okay. It was the bot's being lazy again. I'm going to blame that on. Right. So I need a constant combinator down there. That's okay. I can drop down there and build one.
So you're switching it to red wire.
So did I. Thank you. Don't know how I got that wrong. Oh, there's no power over here. It's mildly unfortunate. Oh, everything's stopped. Why is everything stopped? What have we got to? Is it water? No. Is it? Have we run out of acid? Plenty of that. Too much powder. Oh, we've run out of pyroflux. Oh yes, of course, because we don't have any vulcanite coming over by delivery cannon. No wait, hang on a minute. There's loads of it down here. Has the sand become a problem? Apparently. Right, okay. So I guess the sand is being fed in here. How to get to, right, okay. So the sand is being taken over here to make the pyroflux on the way on a down belt, not on an up belt. So this should actually be like that and feeding in there like that, and this shouldn't be there. That should be like that. There we go. Yeah, so we've stopped making sand because we've got loads of it in this chest down here, and this chest down here is supposed to supply the entire factory or everywhere that requires sand, but it isn't, and that's causing problems. In fact, this belt down here it isn't needed anymore. I can get rid of that. So there we go. Now we've got sand coming from here going over into made into the pyroflux, and so now things should start working again. Oops. Okay, not the air delivery cannons after all. I take that back. So, up here, how are things looking? We're not feeding anything into the spaceship yet, but that's intended. Down here, we've got, yeah, these belts. Well, these belts will ship stuff through as applicable. We've got up here, this is all, yes, now on a red belt, on red cable, good. And so, I think I just need that. Right, so we need you to say, go to Gauntlet Wizard, which is going to be called... What have we called this? This nothing. Oh, this is also Gauntlet Wizard. So this is going to be Talorbit drop off. This one is going to be Talorbit pickup. So you are to go to Talorbit drop off until empty. And then you have to go to... Oop, I've set it off. It's gone. I didn't poke the thing quickly enough. I want to add in... Talorbit pickup. Right, that goes in there. And stay there. This isn't going to work particularly well. And then, so Talorbit pickup, stay there until inactive for an amount of time. It doesn't really matter. And then come down here. Oh, these loaders down here need to be blue loaders or the system breaks. There we go. Because now these should run faster. Is there some red belt in here somewhere? How is this belt full? When it was running. How is that belt full when it was running? I don't understand. Stick you in manual mode. No, because there's a red loader here. Filling the belt up, and then this should be blue all the way along, and it is. This is all blue, and that should mean that it should only be a half full belt coming along here because this red loader can't keep the blue belt completely full. So if I grab all the beryllium out of there and put it back in here. Oh no, that is a gappy belt. We've only got 30 on there at the moment. Although it's flickering at 32 a little bit. Yeah, okay. I take it back. That isn't a full belt. There are gaps on there. You just can't, they're just hard to see because of the way the sprites are. Yeah, those ingots are further apart than those ingots. Okay, it is working. And over here we're getting a sort of a 30-ish. It's flickering worryingly close to 32, but it doesn't seem to. But over here it's not actually triggering a 32, and it's certainly not triggering an inactivity.
You're on manual.
It is triggering a 32. That's weird. What if I read the belt slightly further along?
Given you've got the inactivity, does it matter?
No. Oh. That last one was in the wrong place.
Maybe a brief spot of lag.
Yeah, it's still doing it. That's weird. I mean, that shouldn't ever reach 32, but oh well. I mean, as you say, it's as long as it doesn't do it for 5 seconds. As long as it's Yeah, words. Right. So what Tristan's pointing out is that if there is stuff flowing on the belt here, then the train will never be inactive, and so there are three possibilities. Either the belt is full, in which case you'll get 5 seconds of inactivity and 32, or the belt is empty, in which case you'll get your 5 seconds of inactivity, but you won't get the 32 items, or the belt is flowing, or the belt is flowing sporadically, in which case you won't get the 32, and you may or may not get inactivity, but you won't have 32 items. So that is okay. Yeah, maybe I could put in no, because I think it was I don't know. Be interesting to find. All right, in the interest of finding out, I'm in the wrong mode. Let's do this by hand. It's quicker. In the interest of trying to work out what's going on here, let's do that and that.
I'm impressed you didn't complain about lag just then.
Didn't notice it.
That was right as a whole bunch of artillery hit a big nest.
I might. It depends. I think if I'm not trying to move anything around, then the lag is much less noticeable, and anything includes the player as well, of course. So. Yeah, sometimes lag doesn't matter. If I'm just dragging a belt across, or if I'm staring at something thinking, lag doesn't matter at all. It's when I'm trying to move around or build things or poke at things that it can be frustrating. Yes, now there's no 32. You're right. So but yeah, it looks like there's something slightly funny about the way a red loader up against a blue belt is slightly is faster than a red belt, but slower than a blue belt. Which is interesting and extremely weird. And over here I need to hook up a red cable like
this one might be bigger.
Let's go to that one as well. And I'm gonna say minus 5,000 of each to start with, and then we'll see if that turns into a problem.
Oh, if I'm watching it, then I'm getting a load of lag, and so therefore the UPS drops as well.
Oh, so the UPS drops, but my FPS doesn't.
Yeah,
perhaps.
So you don't really notice.
Yeah.
Apart from running sluggishly like that.
Yes. Right. I think we now have a hopefully functional system down here. Let's try and swap those out for non-logistics warehouses. See if the system can. Do I have those? Nope. Never mind. Right. Mark, I am sending a signal, I hope. Are you seeing a sensible signal? Is it a bit negative?
No, it is like 10,000 positive.
10,000? Okay.
Yes,
How much did you ship over?
we have in Talos orbit, we have 5,000 in the warehouses.
Oh, okay.
And in Novus orbit, so I'm not reading the signal that's coming out, but
because I'm
the ones combined basically here.
I'm in theory sending a minus 5,000 on each. Okay. So this is indeed spaceship Talos orbit, fine, and it's over to here. Okay, so yeah, you're getting about 5,000. Okay, that makes sense. Cool.
Yeah, so
changed.
I'm getting like positive 900 vulcanite and positive 123.
Yeah, it said it said minus 5,000 a moment ago. Is that have you? Huh? Oh no, now it says 5,000.
Where I am?
Yeah, here.
Yeah, I disconnected the red cable to my Norbit warehouses.
Right. Okay. So yes, if there's 10,000 in Norbit and 1,000 and if there's 10,000 in Norbit, Talorbit, sorry, and then there's 5,000 in each of my. Now hang on, what? Oh, I see. So there's 5,000 here. 5.5. Where's the other 900? Oh, that's the other end. So, is this not receiving the signal from mine then? Because I've put in.
No, it is. So
I'm sending a minus 5,000 of each.
Locally, 5,000 are added.
Oh, okay. So there's like 900 up in.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
900.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that does seem to add up, I think. Well, let's take the train for a ride. Let's go into automatic mode and see what happens. So 5 seconds. Well, 5-ish seconds. Then we'll go up. Yes, a bit negative, but not bringing down the general mood. You're right, no guard. kind of right. Okay, so I pull up here. Now nothing is going to happen. Hopefully nothing's going to happen because we should stay here until empty. Yes, we do. Are you now ready for me to link up the belts to the warehouses over here? Oh no, it looks like you're still building a little bit. Okay.
No. Why is there a green cable on the belt? I don't know.
Laurence happened.
I think it probably was me, but I'm not sure I entirely take the blame for the game being glitchy and doing that. Right. I see that you've put in some combinators down here. That makes it look like the system isn't quite finished yet, so I won't throw it.
Yes, but you can start loading it up.
Okay, cool. Right, so that'll allow me to empty the train, which will allow the train to come over here and pick up the vulcanite and cryonite. Let's put those belts in as well. And yeah, we are sort of kind of heading in the right direction, maybe sort of mostly. So we're now we're now going to be double handling the vulcanite and the cryonite, in that we're going to take it to Norbit and then bring it from Norbit to Talos. Rather than
yes.
Okay, I think that's probably more sensible. Really, it's certainly simpler. Rather than the original plan, which was to ship it.
Yes, because we won't need, like, for cryonite, like a whole ships, like 3 warehouses.
It would be a little silly to ship quite that much out. Part of me is curious. Well, I was going to say part of me is curious to see how much we fill the ship up with this. I'm not curious, because I know that 10 wagons makes 1 warehouse, so we need 30 wagons, and this is 4, so we need 7.5 trains to go up before we'll have filled up the spaceship. In a way, it's sort of a good thing that we're shipping junk over as well, because otherwise it'd take even longer to fill the damn thing up.
You want to unload the cables and stuff via robot while the ships
Yes, I do have. There are. I think there just no. There are some logistics spots up here, but maybe there's not logistics network coverage. That's covered. And that's covered. Maybe we need another robot port to link. No, hang on, that should work. I thought there were some logistics spots in this. Yeah, there's 205 logistics spots up here, but it's not pulling the charged batteries out, and it's not pulling the.
A request from buffer chest isn't enabled.
Oh right, there we go. I'll turn that on. Thank you. Of course. Right, so that's those two. At some point, I need to move the meteor defense guns up here as well. That's not going to be difficult. Yeah, I think actually this system has turned out to be far, far simpler than I was expecting it to be, or than it was originally going to be. Mostly because we've offloaded a lot of the complexity over to Norbit, and a bit of it down onto Talos. So, right, there's the train. It's finished unloading, so it's coming over here now, loading up with the hot and cold rocks. Streaming out of here at a rate, not a huge rate, because there's a hang. Do the warehouses in Norbit load when the spaceship isn't there?
Yes, that's
right. Okay,
currently.
So we are going to be getting some overrun on the amount of stuff that comes over then. I don't think I mind. I don't think a bit of overrun. Yeah, given that's 5,000 is fitted in there, we can have several 5,000s without worrying about the space in the warehouses. So yeah, that seems to be. It's currently all right. I'll try and be careful with the numbers. It's going to be interesting to see how much vulcanite and cryonite we get through in order to produce a spaceship's worth of stuff. I think my -5. I think my -5000s might need to be drastically changed to be not -5, but to be sort of 50,000 or something, or 20,000 or something like that. But I'll give it a moment before I start fiddling with that. What I will do, I think, is start running this out from here now, because I've got. Let's start feeding the cryonite out and into the system here. No, not you. So I need a red splitter like that one. Put that there, and that goes there, and also this way. If I just drag along here, oh, it tells the bots to do it. Never mind. Bots can do stuff.
You're loading charge power packs into the ship again?
Am I?
Yep.
I don't know why I said "am I." It's not that I disbelieved you. It's sort of more of an exclamation of surprise.
Here.
Oh, damn it! Sorry. Destroyed. Well, that's interesting. Something went crunch, and the window I was looking in closed. It wasn't a spaceship departing noise. It was a sort of a different. No one. Space train power pack destroyed. Right. Okay. I won't do that again.
Are you on a train still?
Oh yes, I probably am. Yes, you're probably. That's probably it. I probably just changed from top to bottom.
I thought that reset your view entirely.
Apparently not when you're in navsat mode.
I know it does something weird when you're in navsat mode. I know that, but
Okay.
I thought it was resetting your view entirely, but I'm not certain.
Right, then I can send the cryonite back up here. Like this.
Talos, train out of fuel.
Oh, crap. Thank you. Oh, I think that's probably due to a shortage of wood, of all things. I shall deal with that momentarily. Oh, I don't actually need this coming all the way up. Oh, yes, I do. Goes into there as well. No. Do as you're told. And we'll get rid of that bit as well. And that. And this. Do a little bit of tidying up. Get rid of all the belts that do... belts, all the belts to nowhere, essentially. A little bit of a wiggle there, but never mind. What's going on? Oh, I know what's going on here. That shouldn't be there. That should be one of those instead. Right. That's the point. I should probably get out of the train just for that reason. Yeah, No Guard is suggesting that me riding up and down in the train is costing us extra cable. I don't know, but there's no point in me sitting in the train just going up and down.
Is he calling you fat?
Yes. Rude. So I was going to increase these from 5,000 to 20,000 because I think 5,000 is going to be problematically small for both of them. There we go. Oh, is this outside Roboport area? Really? No, it's not. It's just the robots being lazy. Robots, stop being lazy. No, there. Now it's being laggy.
Yeah, that's... Tell me. Should I turn it down again?
I guess, yeah. While I'm here, I'm going to clean up some of this sand. It's coarse, rough and irritating and gets everywhere. There we go. And that excess sand can then go in here and just cause the system to not create anymore for even longer. And I now need to do the same sort of belt shenanigan-y thing with the vulcanite as well. We're going to get a few little hiccups and pauses and glitches at the moment while this sort of sorts itself out. But there seem to be some gaps on the beryl ore belt anyway, so I don't feel too bad about that. Right. So the next thing to do is going to be, yes, to run the part of the vulcanite belt. But the vulcanite only needs to go to here, so that's much simpler. Oh, you're queuing rocket researchers up. That's why it's making funny noises.
Yep.
Do that. Bring this down here to about here. That's fine. And then spaghetti across there. And that. And that. Right, now I need to go and find the cryonite and vulcanite guns and turn them off. I suppose I mean, technically I don't need to. They will just stop firing now because we've stopped unloading anything from the delivery cannon chest, so it will stop. But actually, I guess if I just pull up the constant combinator here, then they'll never fire. If I pull up the whole lot, including the constant combinator, because they only fire when there's negative numbers, then the whole thing will stop. So that could be a way to do it.
I would just turn off the constant combinator so that it's still all there and set up. If you suddenly go, oh, I need an extra 1 cannon worth of.
Yeah, true. Or when I've ripped through all of this supply here and the spaceship hasn't come back yet because I haven't produced enough because my initial numbers were all too low. Yeah, all right, let's just do that for now. Then we'll turn off the combinator, and I'll take all of this from the warehouse, from the chest, and the belt. And chuck it into the system at the bottom or top. Stuck on pipes.
I need to head off at this point. Thanks for the game, and I'll catch you later.
Okay, well,
see you next time.
See you next time. Yeah, I think I probably won't continue on for all that much longer because I seem to be playing as if I'm tired, should we say? And that's not how I like to play. Because I tend to make mistakes and not be as interesting on the stream.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I mean, it's odd. I didn't think I was tired this week, but somehow I seem to be. Yeah, I'm struggling a little bit. Okay, nearly all stuff's gone up. Yeah, yeah. All right, we'll catch you. Yeah, catch you later.
Catch you later.
Bye, Mike.
Bye bye.
Yep. Right,
interestingly, oh yes, it's because the train had run out of fuel, wasn't it? Where is my train that's run out of fuel? Let's go and sort that out. Oh, it's actually stopped in the station over there. That's quite a convenient place for it to have stopped, except there's another one right behind it. So, the reason it has run out of fuel is because there is insufficient fuel coming around here, because there is insufficient wood being grown, so I need to put in a lot more greenhouses in order to sort that out.
I think I needed quite a few on Njord.
I can believe that. Trees grow slowly. I could just put them all in a row along here, like this. Not like that. And then do that. And literally the only thing you need for these is water. So this is going to be.
I ended up with 35.
35. Blimey, okay.
Yeah, the last 10 or so were me adding more because it wasn't quite enough and potentially excessive.
Okay. I have to admit, I wasn't intending to go to quite that sort of level of them, but okay. Maybe, I mean, if that's what's necessary, I might need to.
You're a lot more short distance than mine are.
True.
So you probably do need 10 or so. This is with 2 speed 2s in each of them.
Right, okay.
Because that's what free power used. So, no, free power just uses an efficiency. I don't know. It's what I put in there.
Okay. Get rid of that and that. I'm just gradually upgrading my base over here to use the massive substations. and it's a little bit nerve-wracking when you start just going around picking off pylons, because I'm never quite sure whether I'm going to break something doing that. But I don't seem to have done this time. Copy that recipe to there, and yeah, all right. Let's put in some more speed too, since I have them. Copy you guys to. I don't need the pipes on the back of it actually. I only need the pipe feeding in at the bottom of it. Let's not waste pipes for no good reason. Let's just put in an underground pipe from here to... missed. Is there room for one more? Or is it going to interfere with the... It's only going to interfere with the cliff. That's alright. We can interfere with cliffs. We can blow them up. And then get rid of that, get rid of that. And pipe there. There we go. Boom!
Yes, boom. That's what's hitting the UPS.
I hadn't noticed the UPS struggle, which is interesting.
It is struggling a little.
There we go, and feed the water across. And this will help with using. I was going to say this will help with using up all the excess water that comes out of the processing over here, but I don't think we have any excess water coming out of the processing over there. Well, we do, but it's all. We don't have a problem with excess water, is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, this will be fine. We've got all the pumps and things we need. Right, and I guess we'll just see how this runs then. How am I doing for speed modules? I do have some left. No, I don't. Okay, right. So now we've got a bit more. I've increased the amount of wood being grown by a significant margin. I have this suspicion it's not going to be enough, but let's take a couple of stacks of coal with us and go down and fuel up that train. Fly, please. Oh, okay. I'm noticing the frame press. The FUPS dropped now because I started moving a bit more. Oh no, and that's back again. Oh, I've been told I've unpowered my pyroflux area. Okay, thank you. I'll fix that when I go back up again. And feel suitably stupid about it because it's an obvious thing that I missed when I was ripping up pylons.
Most of the nests are probably done now, so it's worms, so it's momentary. That's the ones.
Right.
Well, hopefully they won't get us.
While we're down here and thinking about this area, how's the pollution doing? Well, it's good. It's completely cleaned it up because we've stopped mining. Duh. Meh. Nope, that way. Right. Let's go and fix the pyroflux again, because pyroflux is rather important to this whole production system. And not having two of my trains getting kidnapped by a station is also important. I'm quite a bit faster than that train. At least partly because I've got these ludicrous numbers of jetpacks, and partly because I'm going cross country and he's having to go in a straight line.
You may have a spot of lag in a moment.
Haven't noticed any yet, but
It depends when the artillery cannons actually hit, because I'm not looking at.
That's the bit.
They are
triggers
hitting
the
now.
lag. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't have any cables. Now. You do have a cable, so let's not pull you up for now. Let's just drop one of these in here. There we go. Power problem solved. I really should. I've said this a couple of times already. I should look into night vision, because sometimes it's annoyingly dark. And then do we have a night vision Mark 2? Yes, we do have a night vision Mark 2. Immersight night vision. I wonder do you think that gives everything a pink wash instead of a green wash? I don't have the bits and pieces in my pockets to make that anyway. I'll do it when next time I'm back in orbit. All right. So we now have we have a bit in this tank. So we are building up a little bit of a supply there. Okay, how are things going? Next question, how are things going down here with this station? So we've got a warehouse here with 19 stacks in storage. That's not a huge amount, so that's probably okay. That suggests the train might have just gone. Looking up in... No, not in orbit. Talorbit, this one. Oh, the train's just come back down again. Okay, fair enough. So train swings back down again. It's not brought any vulcanite or cryonite with it this time, which is okay, I suppose. We don't mind too much because we're just... We don't expect there to be any right now. We need to go and load up the spaceship to get rid of it, to send it away before we get any more, before we get another delivery. But it's filling up with stuff here. This warehouse is empty though, so we're not really producing anything fast enough.
I've just discovered that artillery turrets have longer range than artillery wagons.
Oh, okay. I mean that makes sense from a balance point of view, but I wasn't aware that was the case.
I put the artillery train in by the wall to have the loads of cannons to fire, and there was one shot coming in at a time because there's a
cannon further away
as well.
Yeah. How are we getting on here? 20 knot, 45, and oh, okay. So the top warehouse fills up much more quickly than the others. I mean, it doesn't matter. We're just filling everything up, so that's probably fine.
No, I changed the system to the balancer one you initially wanted to do, but the first loads were all into the top one.
So what's with the... does that mean you're going to get rid of the belts that go between the warehouses?
Oh yeah, that's just added the balancer, so yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, to be honest. Having the... it fills up from top downwards.
Yeah,
I'm... Not a problem.
With the sushi spaceship, I'm thinking about how to detect when the ship is full.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So that's why I want to load it balanced, basically, to be able to look at the belt or a next warehouse or storage house at the belt, basically. If that fills up, then the ship basically is full or something like that. I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, that is going to be tricky. That's a good point. I think in 0.5 I had this issue with 0.5. I think I reckoned that if it was full above a certain number, then I counted that as full and just had it set off then, which isn't great, to be honest. Especially
with different stack sizes.
Yeah, you can't do it with different. Yeah, because the beryllium stacks twice as high as the ores.
Given you got the in between belts, can't you measure stuff backed up on those?
Yeah, yes, that's what I was thinking.
But if the warehouses are full on the input, then you're not going to see.
Oh yeah.
You don't.
No, but I just got an idea. I think I have it.
Okay. And what you could do is, are you using enable disable on here? I have no idea how you're doing it then in that case.
Yeah, there's no inactivity. Those ships.
Well, I'll leave you to continue to think about it. While I grumble about the fact that we've filled the spaceship is now less than a third full. I mean, it would all fit in the top warehouse if we tried, and well, we'll see how long it takes for the. We might decide we want to send the ship off anyway to get a load of beryllium over to Norbit so that it can start using it. I mean, in theory, the gun actually. In theory, it doesn't actually matter. The gun should still be able to fire. Yeah, this delivery cannon over here is still filling up. It's filling up slightly more slowly because it has to sort of try and grab the beryllium as it comes past. But yeah, the beryllium is still being shipped out in the normal way, so there is not going to be a shortage of it for the rest of the factory, which is good. There is. I'm very tempted to remove this chest though and feed it. Just feed all the stuff out of it, and let's do that. So and then we can get rid of that for a sec. Over here, that beryllium goes in there. Pick up that, and then fill in the gap there. That's very laggy. And then over here, that can go in there as well. It'll help a little bit. and we don't really need the buffer over here, I don't think. So this is the one that's firing off to be made into into the aeroframe scaffolds, and therefore into potentially low density structures. These are the ones that are shipping off to all of the science areas, but we're not doing astroscience at the moment, so there's a very, very low demand on the beryllium, so it's basically fine. Ah, and this has finally got through all of that sand, so I can now get rid of all of this stuff. I'm not doing that by hand, given how slowly this is running. There we go. Lovely. Let's also fix this belt, because there's no need for that to be an underground anymore. It'll just confuse me. What is this one? Oh, this is the excess. What do you call them? It's the excess core fragments coming through, as if there ever are. Let's fix this as well. I'll do a little bit of tidying before bed, basically, is what I'm saying. There we go. Because I've done enough horrendous things with all of the belts up here that I feel like doing a little bit of tidying up where it's easy is quite a good idea, or at least a nice idea. What's getting wrecked? Oh, it's Norvis is being damaged because Tristan's expanding.
Yep. It's just damage. That's
Insert
probably
diet joke
fine.
here. That should probably be upgraded. Green print, not a red print. Not there's an opposite of an excess, a shortage of it there, but yeah. Yeah, I don't feel like this is enough wood. I'm gonna get more wood.
Okay, so I'm just calculating the stacks basically, and if we, well, each warehouse takes 512 stacks. So I'm just saying if we have above 1,500 stacks, then we're gonna leave.
How are you knowing how many items to a stack?
He's dividing up, presumably
dividing by stack size.
He's doing each of them separately. So
yes, I cannot accept random stuff anymore, but only the normal stuff, and basically 36 stacks of random stuff. So for destroyed batteries or something. But if we really add something else like core chunks or something, we have to.
Core chunks will may turn up. In fact, I would say core chunks are likely to turn up once we stop using delivery cannons for everything. Oh no, good point. Thank you, Doopy. I haven't actually pulled all the wood out of the air network. No, I did some of it, and then the chest I was dumping it into filled up, so I stopped. Let's get the rest of it.
Pulverizing cores.
God, yeah. Yes, although there's still an emergency overflow, but that's a good point. We shouldn't ever use it. So
you will need to modify Marc's design even further to make it work the way he intends it, even less, and make it so that it doesn't limit on copper.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Because it stops processing core chunks if there's enough copper.
Yeah. So I think I've already done that. Yeah, I've already done that because there's copper ore being passed out here. I say that in a way as if I'm assuming you're watching my stream, but I can ping it if you want.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, so the excess copper is coming out here, so that does seem to be all right. It looks like I've already made that modification.
Mm-hmm.
Stone, yes. Copper ore, yes. Raw rare metals, yes. Wood, no. Beryllium, yes. That can all go in there. Glass, no. I've got some glass in my pockets, which is mildly unnecessary.
Oh, destroyed.
Could people please stop getting shot?
It's Norvis.
Yeah, I just want to stick in the lock stock.
I've deconcaved the base. Where? Oh, it was what from an attack.
Okay.
Lots got killed from that rather than due to concavity of the base.
Right. Okay. suddenly lots of wood arrives.
One worm with 300 health, just hiding there under Biter Corpse.
Sneaky.
Yeah.
Now, is one of these going to be enough? That's the question. I don't think I've got another fuel processor that I can put in here, so I'm just going to have to hope that this, when it's given a sufficient fuel supply, it is capable of keeping up. And I guess we'll find out. It's an interesting idea, No God. Yeah, have the flicker of warehouses as they empty. It'd be interesting to see if you could do some sort of randomised game based on it. They do, yeah, they do get a little bit excitable sometimes. Right, so we've got through 1,000 vulcanite and about 1,600 cryonite. Although some of that might have been filling up chests and filling up the belts and things. In fact, more of that for the vulcanite, I would have thought. So I think we get through the cryonite quite a bit quicker. But to be honest, it doesn't matter. I've set limits to say bring this much out, and so we should be absolutely fine. Oh, goodness sake, another Talos train's run out of fuel, and this time it's right in the other station.
Speaking of, I'm not receiving any vulcanite.
That's because we don't have any delivery cannon capsules,
Stone.
because we don't have any stone, because we don't have any... Yeah, I think.
There's a heat shielding.
Heat shielding,
there.
yes. Yes, heat shield. We don't have any delivery cannon capsules because we don't have any heat shielding because we don't have any stone.
Okay.
So yes, it is a kind of known problem that we're hoping will go away reasonably soon. Right.
Well, there's a train filling up with stone bricks at the moment, but it's going to want to go to circuits.
So yeah, this fuel processor is insufficiently quick. No, it's not. Using a loader wouldn't help here, Doopy. It's this thing isn't quick enough, and I can't module it. I probably don't have any more.
No, loader would help, I think.
No, it wouldn't.
Slightly. It's
Oh.
flicking red.
Oh yeah, I suppose actually yes, it would. Yeah, so the inserter is fast enough, but this will fill it up to a higher. It'll put more into it basically, so it'll run a bit slightly more constantly. Yeah, that's a fair point. Can you see any visible difference there? Yeah, so the problem is we're just ripping through the fuel a bit too quickly, and this one of these machines I don't think is going to be enough to make. It isn't enough to make the enough fuel to keep everything happy, which is interesting because everything did seem to be happy beforehand.
I suspect most of that is buffer.
Do you mean as in there was a buffer and we worked through it?
You're now trying to refill a buffer.
Oh right,
So
yes, that's true. But still, let's try and make another one anyway. Find out what they cost. Where's the fuel processor? I'm going to search for it because I can't find anything in this game. Iron.
Yours just has one.
Just need some iron. Oh, okay. I'll put in a second one. This means I need to find some. Oh no, we do still have an iron supply. That's all right. I was thinking, oh no, I've ripped everything up. I don't have supplies of basic materials anymore. But that's not true. I do. There's some down there. And I thought that was all I needed. Yeah, it is. Couldn't find it in the list. Right, so make one of those. Shove it in up here. Get the thing running twice as quickly, and then everything will be fantastic. For limited values of fantastic. There we go. Let's get rid of this rock as well, because it's annoying me. And I can bring this up here. But let's get rid of this pylon. No, let's not get rid of that pylon. We haven't got the big coverage things up here yet.
You could change the inserters to loaders. Then nothing there needs power.
Oh, true. Lovely.
You don't get double-sided in the same way at that point, but you may not care.
I don't care as long as there's. Oh, it's on the. They all seem to be putting them out on the left, so it's going to fill up the buffers even more. But yeah, I don't think I care. As long as there's enough fuel coming out to keep all of my trains running, and that train there has also failed. I missed that one. You take some. Have some wood and 4 of those. I nearly just dumped in everything, all the burnable stuff, flammable stuff that was in my inventory, and then I realised I had a load of rocket fuel, so that's probably a bad idea. I want to hang on to that. That's for me. Yeah, making a making a slot machine in Factorio could be interesting. I have insufficient interest in slot machines to have an interest in making one in Factorio. How is power doing? Power is currently, we're using 600 megawatts out of 6.4 gigawatts available. So I think we're okay, and we seem to be doing all right there. If we look back over the time, longer time period, yeah, you can see the solar bouncing up and down. This thing bouncing up and down even more. At its peak, we've been right up at 1.1 gigawatts, and out of the 6 we've got. So yeah, power seems to be a solved problem at the moment, should we say? So yeah, happy with that. Power for the trains, not quite so much. Do you think 40 solid process fuel is going to be enough for it to get there and back? Well, I guess we'll find out. We do have a better stream of it coming out now, and this bit is completely full, so got 4 times as much coming down here as we did at its worst. So, well, we'll see how that train gets on. How much fuel have you got? Oh, this has got a load of coal to burn as well, so yeah, it should be all right for a bit. And yeah, so that means we do now have a supply of beryllium once again, which is beryllium, and should keep things running. Got a reasonable number of core chunks in here as well, and there's obviously a train going out to get some more because it's not there. Yeah, this seems to be running reasonably well. We are still once again short of spaceship of elevator cables, but maybe we'll get some more. There's a train. I just happened to come over to look to see how it was getting on, and it's heading off, so that's good. Over here we're still at 376, 45 and 29 because this is the first time the train has come up since I was last looking up here, but you know, what can you do? There is 362 stone over here, which would make sense to get into the spaceship, but there isn't an obvious and easy way to do that without being up there.
Yes, please, we'd like stone.
Oh, there's another 10 over here as well. I don't know why there's 362 stone in this warehouse of shame. Maybe I had some in my inventory at some point. But yeah, we are shipping some stone over. There is 5,500. There's almost 6,000 stone in the spaceship. It just hasn't gone anywhere yet because it hasn't needed to. It does occur to me as well, of course, that there isn't anything at the other end trying to use any of this beryllium yet. So we're going to need the next step after getting this spaceship going is to start putting in trains that are taking the beryllium ingots from Norbit down onto Norvis and around and about in Norbit to places where they're needed, namely the astroscience area. And basically, I guess the idea is to have a look at all the places where it's going from the delivery cannons on down on Talos, and then make sure that's being satisfied by train as well. The hope is that eventually this system will be fast enough. There'll be enough stuff coming through by the trains here that by the time this spaceship gets back again, there will be these warehouses will be full, and so it'll just dump straight across into here, and then the spaceship can leave immediately. I suspect it's going to be quite a long time until that happens. We've got a lot of buffer filling to do, but that is the eventual goal is that this ship will turn up, fill up very, very quickly, and then just go back off and say, here is some more. That's Norvis bots again. Yeah, we do have quite a lot going on over here, especially when I do that and we see how many arrows there are.
Oh yes, there's a couple of ones there.
Norvis has not enough logistics network space available, and so does Talos, so I should probably sort out the Talosian one. Oh, it's over here. Why have you picked... Oh, probably... Yeah... Nah. I can't do much about that without going over there. There needs to be basically. One of the things I've learned from playing Factorio is if you have a roboport network in an area, you should probably put in a yellow chest, because otherwise this happens. Eventually a robot will find something to pick up, and you'll go, oh, for goodness sake.
I fixed the 2 problems you commented on for Norvis.
Cool.
Although I may have nuked a bot in the process.
Dear. Why haven't these been built? I brought over a load of stuff that I shoved in a box down here. Here it is. It's in an orange roboport area. Is that not in a green roboport area? It is in a green roboport area. Why is that not getting built? Why are the bots being lazy? Again. What are you guys doing? Oh, you're bringing wood over here for this train. Okay, that's fair enough. I should probably put in some greenhouses over there as well. Yeah, why is that not getting built? We've got red chests down here with, well, a casting machine certainly in it, and lots of other stuff. This one's got all of those modules we needed. They're inside a roboport area that has construction bots. Up here. But oh no, they're not in a... Ah, there's an unpowered robot. There's a roboport here that isn't linked to the rest of the network. There we go. Problem solved. The confusion fixed. You know what I'm trying to say. Problem solved. Yeah. So if I put this in, let's put that. Put it. Oh, I can put it there because there's power all over this place. There we go. Yeah. You're right. You're right, No Guard. Yes, I got there eventually. This one somehow is just out of range of being linked up to this one, which is frustrating. So whack that one in the middle there, and everything will be fine. And then I could bring up another 2 belts of beryllium ore, or beryl ore. I don't know if I've really got the beryl to do it, though. I don't know if I'm bringing it in fast enough to have the capacity to... No, there we go, so it's emptied. I think there's no point in setting up, plugging in an extra set of stuff up here. I can, in the future, if I go out and build more mines or something, like there's a tiny patch there. If I find some big enough patches, does 2.5 million over there? Maybe. It's barely worth it. Oh, this one looks quite good. 17 million down here. So yes, if and when I get this one, then I can have a bit of extra coverage, and then I can have a bit more supply coming in, and everything will be, and then everything should be fine. That said, all of the trains are currently busy. We don't have trains sitting here generally, although there was one sitting there briefly. So it might not be a thing I can fix just by having an extra train. Let's have a look down here. This one. Oh, that's just filled up and is just ready for a train. It's working out where the bottleneck is. Is the bottleneck in the number of trains I have, the number of mines I have, or what? And the fact there's no trains there at the moment suggests that the problem is in the number of trains. If I put in an extra train, then we'd get more beryl being brought in. But on the flip side, would we? But then just a little bit earlier, I think there was there was a train just sat here waiting for somewhere to go. Right now, we've got several trains coming in quick succession, so we'll see what happens when this one empties. Actually, we saw somewhere where this train is going to immediately go to, so that is definitely full. I'm going to put in a bit more stacker space up here though, and have them come in maybe from the top, maybe actually right from the top. So yeah, that train's left to go down to the bottom one. Let's see what happens when this one empties. Because at the moment we're filling all this area up with trains, and it still overflows a little bit. So yeah. If I have this come out through here, like this, or come in from here like this rather, then we have a lot more space for trains to stack. They have to travel a bit further though, so let's put in another turny roundy like that, and then we should signal all of this. I should head up there. Oh, actually, let's see. Is there? Train's gone again. There's a third train coming in. So at this point, it does kind of look like the lack of trains is the limiting factor here. So I'm going to need one of these here. Can we put this on this rail, please? Yeah, that'll do. And then up here, also need them. Bump. Bump. There, I guess. Oh, good. That was in range of the roboports. I wasn't sure whether it was going to be. I was going to go and check in a minute. I know I've just... I should use chain signals for this. Let's do it properly. There we go. Right. And so, down here now, let's knock out this piece of rail. This does mean the trains have to go slightly further, but never mind. They'll cope. I still don't understand why picking up that type of wall makes a sort of a door type noise rather than a chunk of everything else, of demolishing everything else. But never mind. Okay, now we need to put these signals at the appropriate distance apart, which is there and there and there. And yeah, okay, that'll do. And now, for my next trick, I shall attempt to make another train. Because yeah, as we see, there's still no trains here, so I reckon we are short of trains on this route. Do I have a train in my pockets? Yes, I do. So let's have one of you and two of you, and copy your instructions to you, and then we'll need to give you some fuel. You can have one of these. I said you can have one of these. And then go to barrel drop and get some other fuel, and we'll see how things. See if one more train is enough. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Because I think we are fairly close to having the right amount of to having sufficient trains. Oh, there we go. Actually, yeah, this one doesn't have anywhere to go, so we have enough trains. The next thing to do is to start making more barrel mines, and the way to do that would be to basically blow up all of these biters across here, and then go and put in another outpost down here. You know what? Let's do some exploding. Nobody's going to mind if we get a little bit of game slowdown, are they?
Nope.
Nope.
Well,
Good.
I'm somewhat amused by this. I've started expanding out, and there's 2 behemoth biters and a big biter just chilling in the expansion.
They're just huddling up to the roboport for warmth, apparently.
Yeah.
I'm
slightly concerned about it.
Yeah, because if it only takes sort of something to set them off, and then they might just start eating things, which we don't really want.
All right. Let's set them off. It's something that when they go and eat it, we'll
They'll find
pull
more
them into
things
range
to-
of all
yeah.
the rest.
So how far have you expanded? Oh, you've expanded all the way over to there. Okay. Or you're planning to expand all the way over there.
Yeah, basically up from there, one across there that I haven't put in yet, and that one there,
Okay.
and that one there.
Okay. Oh, and that gets us an extra core seam there as well.
Core seam, iron mine there, stone mine. I added that one earlier, but we already had that available. There's stone there.
Wow. Okay.
We don't quite get that iron. But there's
Yeah. I think if
bit of stone
if
there.
we are having as much of a problem with stone as we seem to be, it might be time to go off and put an outpost on that stone planet we found. Where am I? Oh yes.
I think we once get spaceships up and running and us happy with them working as we expect.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
it probably is.
Yeah. Probably don't want to jump into it too quickly, but yeah. Where was it? Over there. Okay. Boom. 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 This is the sort of point where I go, well, I might as well blow up all of these biters in the middle here, and then link all of these up with walls across here. And this is how you just end up expanding out and making a single huge area rather than the little outposty things I've been doing. And the outposty things I've been doing aren't a particularly good idea. They're not tactically sensible.
It's also how you upset Laurence with lag.
What, by blowing stuff up?
Yeah.
Yeah. That is why I asked if anyone was doing anything first.
Yeah.
I didn't plant my nukes quite accurately enough, or yeah, I've left some nests, some spawners rather, spawning. This seems to have been dealt with properly. I going to come through? Yeah.
I manually launched the Beryllium.
Okay.
Though to test the other side as well.
Cool. Where's that Beryllium patch? Oh, it's over here. Yeah, and again, there's one that hasn't been properly killed, and another one. I think I was going a bit too far from the centre of the. Yeah, I was trying to cover too many nests with one nuke, and forgetting even destroying the spawners, you need a little bit more oomph than that. Right, let's update the map.
Yeah, I thought it's because nukes have fallout, so they continue doing damage. So the nests die after the radar stops. So I think with normal nukes,
you might be
They
right.
do? No.
They definitely, you definitely don't. Yeah, you definitely. Words. There is definitely a thing where the they still show on the radar on the not scanned
Yes.
area of radar.
Yeah, but they're killed instantly. It's just the radar update rate.
Yeah, but why?
I didn't think that happened with normal artillery.
I didn't think it happened either, but I am definitely not sure. Where's that rail that I'm coming off of? Right, here it is. So the rail's going to come across this way. So there's worms around here, but that's not a problem. I'll have to fly through and deal with the worms because the nukes aren't any good against worms. That group up there is a little bit close for comfort, as is that one, and therefore I suppose so is that one and that one. But yeah, you get this lovely red circle, and I sort of feel that certainly any nests, any spawners inside the red circle, should be killed by the nukes. But I'm not quite sure. I'm not entirely convinced that's the case. Right. Yeah. So that's what I was saying, no, girl. So why doesn't it though? Because I was under the impression that if the nuke is doing all the damage immediately. No, it's not the fall off. It's not the damage fall off. It's the damage not happening instantly because you don't see the damage. You don't see you don't see the dead nests on the not radar. So, for example, this one here, boom, it's hit. It's probably killed quite a lot of those nests, but they're still appearing as spawners. Sorry, they're still appearing as spawners though. So if I zoom in,
the dead center has updated and has removed.
Yeah, so maybe it is delayed damage further outwards. Yeah, so what it is actually the blip of checking the radar again isn't long enough after the impact. So yeah, it's taken out all the ones that were inside the black. Actually, my radar. My character is watching that area. My character is watching that area, so it didn't count. But yeah, here this one, yes, it's taken out the ones that were in the middle there, but not so much there. That's probably me, isn't it? Yes. Oh dear, that's not going so well because they found an entrance. I mean, they're not going to win, but it is going to be a bit expensive. I should probably head down there. This is the problem with me being lazy and not putting in gates across my railway lines. Oh, and there's a load more coming. Okay, I'm going to head over there. Please nobody do any more artillery shooting because I'm heading down over there and I don't want to get killed again.
I've just fired a couple of shots at a worm, but I'm not firing at any nests.
Okay.
So you should be fine with that.
I should try and be a little bit more careful than I was last time.
You have a train out of fuel on Talos, you know that, right?
Oh, another one. Okay, I'll go and deal with that. It's it's one of those filling up the buffers in the trains problems. There isn't enough fuel. The fuel isn't being made. Might be being made quickly enough. I'm not certain. But it's not being... Why is my... Oh, I've got the wrong suit on. Oh, that's why my roboports weren't working earlier. It's because they're in the wrong, as we're in the wrong trousers. Grommet. Right, I need more repair packs. Where's the train out of fuel? That's the next question. Oh, in the station. Okay, so so it nearly made it back to where it would get some more fuel, but it didn't quite get there.
Because they're all short distances, there's a good chance that it'll run out while it's moving along, and then it's just when it breaks
into a station. Yeah.
It's quite nice that they don't just slam on their brakes when they run out of fuel.
Yeah, I mean that wouldn't make a lot of sense, but
So, on the off chance that they can get to the station,
where
they're going to get fueled up.
And it nearly did.
Oh, that'll be because there was another one in front of it.
Probably. Yes, in fact. But there is a load of fuel here now, so I can grab some of that, chuck it in here, and that'll give it enough to get down to the station. I should probably add an inactivity on these as well, really.
I was about to say, do you have inactivity?
No. Now I do on 3 of them. 4 of them. Is that all of my barrel trains? Nope, there's a 5th one as well. Is that all of my barrel trains? Well, there aren't any more coming in, so...
And they would probably all arrive now.
Probably, yes.
Don't do the same on your core ones.
Which is a good idea, yeah. Core drop, empty cargo inventory, and inactivity. There we go. Yeah, so that train's just sat there now. Let's upgrade its loader as well. Is that me? Yes, it is. Where's it have? Same place. Okay. Let's get some more Let's try and switch out. Let's try and get control of myself. Let's get some more lasers and some more repair packs, and just generally go out there and fix that area up a bit more thoroughly. So over here, I want to have some wall. I want to have some laser turrets, and I want to have some. Now it's getting wrecked. Oh dear. I'm making repair packs somewhere. There. And also pollution. Stop it. Stop wrecking my stuff. It's interesting that it's always the same point that has the problems. It's obviously clearly a bit of a weak spot, and then I suppose because some of the turrets are taken out, it's become an even weaker spot. So it's just getting worse and worse. And it is succeeding in defending itself. It's just losing more and more and more resources in the process of doing so. Let's bring a wall across. Oop. Across here. And let's do it nicely. How many repair packs do I not have? Did I run out of... I grabbed all the repair packs out of that chest, and they turned out to be approximately none of them. That sucks. Or at least, however many there were, it was insufficient. Putting some extra turrets along around here, just because it seems to be the area that keeps getting attacked, as I say. Alright. There we go. The the laser turret coverage area does go outside here, so that's probably going to be all right. True, it doesn't need to be 5 seconds. You're right, but never mind. I think the amount of time it takes to I don't think having a 5-second delay in there is going to be too severe. Well, actually, maybe at this point, when there isn't enough fuel coming through, maybe it is. How much fuel have you got? All right. So as I was saying, this is now doing the sort of the filling up buffers in all of the train's fuel tank, so it's going to take rather a long time to get this satisfied. I think 80 fuel is enough for it to do a loop though, so let's send it off to go and do another one. How much fuel have you got? You got about 80 as well. We'll let you get whatever you get and see.
How's your supply of rocket fuel or any other fuel there? I know you've obviously got some for your jetpack. You could.
I could. Oh, you mean I could just? You think I just chuck some rocket fuel in the train to keep them going, and while the solid fuel builds up,
although I did notice that the wood was not backed up, so more greenhouses would
definitely help.
Beneficial.
Right, let's free up some space here for. Do that. That'll allow me to then, just put in more and more and more of these straight across here. Unfortunately, this coal mine got in the way. Get rid of that. Don't know what it's doing there. And then once these pipes have been laid, I can then... Are they all laid? They are all laid. I can then get rid of this bit across here. And... Get rid of that. And this bit was the other bit I meant. Get rid of that. And then we can do copy this to... I mean, this isn't going to work, is it? No. Alright, we'll just... No, let's put in the splitters properly, like that and that and that and that. And now, because now I can just copy that thing there and go paste, paste. That one won't work because there's a roboport in the way, but never mind. Won't cause any problems. Why is there a random piece of belt there and there and there and there? I don't know, but obviously copied it wrongly. Yeah, there we go. That's now a ridiculous number of them, and it should be enough. Actually, while I'm making this a bit ridiculous, let's put in another one here, like that, except this one will go the other way and supply this train system down here. Like that. This one doesn't. These trains don't seem to go as much. They don't seem to get through anything like as much fuel. And I'm summoning some in with the blue chest as well. So there's much lower requirements for it over here. So I think one bank of these should be enough. If this isn't enough to keep the system over here satisfied, then I guess I'll put more in this space across the top here. There's a bit of room underneath over here where the now we've got past the coal mine. Another possibility is I could put in a couple of coal mines over here like that and just feed coal through as well for the for making the processed fuel. But that seems a little foolish. Oh yes.
Oh, you have petroleum gas station was set as enable disable.
Oh yes, I forgot about that. I did realise that was a thing that needed to be done, but I didn't do it.
I noticed that I happened to look at the bottom end when the petroleum gas train turned up, and then just immediately left. I thought that's not right.
No, that's not right. I should probably fix that.
I'm doing that.
Okay, thank you. How much fuel have you got? You've got lots. You can clear off then. Putting in these extra signals like this means the next train can get in slightly more quickly, which is completely unnecessary, really, but it feels sort of quite nice to unload a bit more quickly. Actually, upgrade, not deconstruct. Let's upgrade all of that to blue, because there's no point in having the station take longer than it needs to unload the train. And those 10 red belts are probably insufficient to keep this. Yeah, so that runs out rather too quickly. Lots and lots of fuel. Yeah, I think things are catching up by the looks of it, because these trains that have been coming in have got quite a lot of fuel in them already. Looking at this one, it's got this one's only got 69, which isn't very nice. So we'll give that one a moment or two to top itself up. This one, 87. So these are probably ones I sent off manually and told them to just clear off and go and get some more barrel ore. So we'll give them a bit more time to fuel up. So you see, there we go. This time now this is finished unloading, and there's 1,600 in this warehouse instead of it being down to practically empty already. It is emptying again rather quickly, granted, but it is better.
Tristan?
We won't have got any power over there, will we?
The first junk train is full.
As in Norbit.
As in orbit, yeah.
And you're questioning exactly what to do with it.
Yes.
Okay. So is this is sorted junk, and so cores.
This is only ores, basically.
Essentially, it's scrap recycling outputs.
No, it's only ores.
Plus core chunk.
So plus core chunks.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that is all fine to send to downstream. So just send down the elevator to the downstream station, then up the elevator.
What's the downstream station called?
Downstream.
Huh. Downstream.
So this is my.
There is a downstream top.
No, it doesn't need to go to that. That's the one up at the top.
For trains that are bringing stuff up to load up to take junk downwards, basically.
Okay, then I don't see the downstream yet, because... How did you get that?
Select it from the left-hand
thing on the left
panel rather than the middle one.
Okay.
That shows all the stations everywhere in the entire world. Oh, thanks for the sub, Levin. Much appreciated. 14 months, wow. It doesn't... I don't... In a way, I don't feel like I've been doing the streaming for that long. I mean, obviously I have, but somehow it doesn't feel like it. Right, so the train's gone from there already, presumably.
Yes, it is. It has arrived at downstream.
Yeah. So this is how the system works. This is the spaceship that left Telorbit. It's unloaded all of the junk it was carrying into the warehouse here, which is now then what? Why is there a load of stone in here? Oh, because it's emptied the station. The ship has emptied, so it's going, okay, I'll stop there. So it's dumping all of that out into this warehouse. Train picks it up from there, and as with so many other of these sort of unloadery sort of things, takes it down to... Oh God, that map looks horrible. Difficult to read when it's like that. Brings it down, unloads it all here, basically, through all of these belts. As you can see, which then flows it down here, where it can then be picked up by these trains and taken off to be turned into actual useful stuff. So, nice. It's taking a little while to unload, but never mind. And then it can clear off again. Trundle all the way down. Okay, go all the way down to... Oh dear. It's going all the way around the end of the loop. Never mind. It's picking up quite a lot of speed, though, and on its way around. Charge! Groinch. And then that'll come back out of the elevator at the top here, as you're all very familiar with, and it can trundle along here and pick up the next load. I think we might need more than one of these trains doing this route.
Well, it depends how often, because there's going to be loads when what's name returns, and if that's only the Beryllium one. Only for Beryllium. Yeah,
true. I suppose actually, yes, you're right. It doesn't. It can now, because all that junk can be dumped into the warehouse here, although as long as the warehouse doesn't overflow, because there could potentially be up to 3 warehouses worth of junk coming in here. But yeah, actually, as long as it all gets unloaded into these warehouses, the train can then come along, and it's left very quickly, Mark. Yeah, in fact, it didn't. No, it didn't wait till full at junk pickup. I've turned it around again. Mark?
Yes, I got
Okay,
that.
good.
I thought, Tristan was programming that, but
No, I added the. I didn't look at the junk pickup station
yeah.
at all.
All right. So then, yep, loads up again, and oh, okay, yeah. So all of the the cryonite and vulcanite that I'm requesting is now being loaded into here. So we've got several thousand, which is about right because I asked it to bring 20,000 over. So this should go up to about 17,000 ish. The only slight problem with this is that then these warehouses over here. Well, firstly, the problem is we'll run out of cryonite and vulcanite because we're bringing it in by delivery cannon. Oh, yeah, so we're bringing it into here by delivery cannon instead of bringing it all the way directly to Talos by delivery cannon. So this is a little bit silly,
only temporary.
but it is, as you say, temporary. Yeah. Yeah. So I think my first job for next week is going to be do this again on the other planet on the vulcanite planet, and probably Tristan, you should be doing it on the cryonite planet as well, unless you have anything else that's hanging over you.
I'll need to make sure that the upgrades are all finished. The expansion.
Right.
And
yeah. Okay.
Putting down the mines that I've cleared out the space for might be sensible, but that's probably possibly slightly lower priority given we've got an extra stone mine now.
Yeah. And bringing a fair amount of stone over from Talos now. Although previously we were sending most of it over as glass, so we've increased the supply of stone, but also decreased the supply of glass. However, we might be making glass in a more efficient way on Novice.
Well, I've powered more than 4 of the miners now in that new stone. Oh, there's 5. 5 of them were powered before.
Right, so what's in here? So we've got 10,000, 11,000 cryonite, 10,000, 11,000 vulcanite. So yeah, that seems to be filling up. I should probably keep a little bit of an eye on it to make sure it stops at about 17,000, 18,000. Actually, I should have a quick look at Talos as well, see how much we've got left over here. Whether it's become we've run out of vulcanite on Talos, completely, almost completely. So is the ship presumably the ship is triggered to leave once it's finished emptying, and then once it's finished reloading, or have you not actually done the automation?
No, that's I was playing around with the loading part and now figuring out how to launch it.
Okay, fair enough.
So we can manually trigger it, but I'd rather try to finish this part.
Okay. Yeah, it'd be good to get it back over because, as I say, I've run out of vulcanite. Although actually, they could turn this back on and start feeding it in here again. That makes sense. Let's do that because I do want this system to work. I do want to keep producing beryllium. Basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll have a decent amount available for you to pick up when the ship comes back, of course. Oh. What?
Material fabricator would use astroscience.
I'm getting cryonite.
So would superior exoskeleton.
Sorry, what did you say, Tristan? I distracted myself.
Material fabricator and superior exoskeleton are things that would use astroscience.
Right. Okay.
As researches that we could do.
Right.
Plus all the rocket recoverability stuff and zone discovery. Oh, actually, since you've done Astro 3, deep space zone discovery is probably worth doing at some point.
Yeah, maybe.
Just spamming a whole bunch of those. Really stress the Astro system. Well, it'll be the science pack crafting that's going to struggle with.
I would say wait until we've started using the beryllium that's being delivered to Norbit, because at the moment we're not. It's all still coming in by delivery cannon. We're just building up a supply of it in the station at the moment, essentially. So there's some training need to be put in for that.
Yeah, makes sense.
The wood is coming through, but Right, I see. The wood seems to come through in bursts because, of course, it does. Are you guys all running? No, you're not. Why are you not working? You've not got water. Why have you not got water? Is that... Oh, I'm not feeding enough in because making wood requires enormous quantities of water. That's why we had this whole ducting system in place before. Yeah. So I need to put the ducts back. Getting the ducts back. Get my ducts back in a row. So we have a duct exhaust along here somewhere. Oh, it's tomorrow. We should go to bed. A couple of those in, like that. And that. And this. And that. Right, there we go. That should help quite a lot. At least it would if I put that one in. There we go. Yeah, there is a bit of a. You're right, Nogard. There is a bit of a nonsense going on with the way all of the with the number of times everything is getting handled on its way over. It is a bit ridiculous, I will admit, but it will improve in time as we put more and more as we get sort of the design more and more finished, I guess is what I'm trying to say. No, yeah, I guess that does go there, and that goes there. So yeah, we will have. We won't be shipping. For example, we won't be shipping vulcanite to by delivery cannon in order to put it into a spaceship to bring it over to here, because that is genuinely a nonsense. We'll sort that out, and yeah, things will just get. We'll be a bit more gradually get more and more sensible as we get it done better. I think I actually need to get rid of that because otherwise we're going to fill this up from the wrong side through all the other stuff. So we'll get rid of that pipe, and that means now that all of these are running off the ducting, and these are running off the off that single pipe that was running up the middle.
Ship is on its way back.
Thank you. Which is a little bit. Maybe I should have done a little bit more actually. Is there room for another underduct there? No, there isn't. Okay, this is as far as we're getting. I could get rid of that one instead and put this one back in. Yeah, let's do that. And then we'll run all of this off the ducting and just this column at the end off the single pipe, and hopefully that'll be enough. We shall see how it goes. Yes, these things are amazing for transferring huge amounts of liquid around. They're fantastic. I honestly don't know. They held 1,200 in the thing, so I think they're just 12. They may just be 12 times faster than. Oh, this one holds 2,400. I don't know. Probably about 12 times the speed of a pipe. But yeah, they're going to be a lot quicker anyway, a lot better. Are these all now happy and running? Yes, they are. It's filled all these greenhouses up damn quickly anyway. So yeah, seems to be pretty good. How's the train fueling going? You're basically full. How about you, a train that's just come back? You're not very full. There isn't a massive queue of trains though, so I'm sort of okay with this as it is. I think we'll. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I think the ducts are part. No, the ducts are yet another mod. I think that the fluids must flow mod, but that was one of the recommended ones for K2SE. So we're just going along with basically using whatever mods are recommended by the mod authors, and it seems like a good idea. And it's for these sort of things where you're trying to run all your greenhouses, they're fantastic. We wouldn't be able to do it without. Yes, it's the fluids must flow mod, I believe. I think if I mouse over it, you can tell. Yes, it is. Yeah, over there you can tell on the right hand side. Yeah, if you need to transfer lots of, and the only thing we've used them for is bringing enough water through for these for the greenhouses. Everything else seems to be absolutely fine with normal pipes, but those are just very, very greedy. It's funny, some of my trains have got loads of fuel in and some have got relatively little. I think it's because some of these gaps are 5 seconds long, and that gives the train time to clear off. So either it gets lucky and sits there and gets loads and loads of fuel, or it doesn't, basically. Yes, that was a little bit pointing out the obvious, I know. Right, it's got late. I think we should stop. I feel like I'm in a I'm not really doing much at the moment. I'm just sort of fiddling around with things a bit. But so how have we got on today? Well, I've expanded the beryllium production a little bit further by putting in an additional processing system here. I have vague plans to go out and make another mine over here, perhaps at some point if I feel really, really brave and want to go out and squash lots of biters. But much more importantly, I've put in this train over here. Train system, which is pulling out the excess beryllium that isn't needed by all of the delivery cannons and all of the ores and things that aren't needed by anything else, shoving it into a train that then goes up to Talorbit, and then from that's not Talorbit, that's Norvis, that's Norbit. Goodness sake. Up here, so it gets brought up here by train, dumped into here, which goes where we load up these warehouses, which are all about just over 10% full. Eventually, the spaceship arrives, dump it all into them, and get the cryonite and vulcanite out of those as well. Spaceship flies off, takes it off to Norbit. So I think that's, even though Marc has done most of the work on that, I think that is still quite an achievement for us, and yeah, is a good step forward in the beryllium processing. So the next thing is probably going to be to do the same for vulcanite, so we have a good supply of it, and then cryonite as well. Make sure we get lots and lots of those flowing, and then hopefully we can see where we go from there. We'll probably carry on sending the refined or the glowy vulcanite over to Mike by a delivery cannon for quite a long time yet, because he doesn't want 1,500 stacks of it, and I'm not quite sure how we'd wire that up anyway. So he can carry on getting that by delivery cannon, but otherwise, yes, it's going to be a case of do all of this again for Agnea, but now it should be quite easy because we know what we're doing. It's just going to be make another copy of this, and including the solar, because Agnea definitely needs the solar power. But that will be next week, so please come back then for the next stream. We will have another stream. There'll be another stream on Wednesday when I should be playing XCOM again, and things are going interestingly at the moment. I think basically everybody's injured at the moment, but at least nobody died in the last stream, so you know. But I'll take that bit. And then let's see. Tomorrow's video is tomorrow's supporter video is not ready yet, so we'll probably have a week's gap in there. But the update videos on Friday and Saturday will be coming out as normal. So as always, thank you very much for watching, and we shall see you next time for a continuation of this one. We shall go out and try and get a decent amount of vulcanite coming in as well in the same sort of way, and maybe then think about more stone, because apparently that's a problem for us at the moment. Right, well, we shall see you next time. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.